Hello.
Back at Daytona International Speedway. I had to wait for YouTube to go live. Back at Daytona International Speedway, the World Racing League 14 Hours of Daytona. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for joining us for part two. The sun just dropping a little bit lower in the western part of the sky behind the grandstands.
We're doing very well. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, sorry. All good.
I appreciate you asking how we're doing right now.
Yeah.
The weather has decided to stay away, I think. Brendan and me determined independently that the weather is now fixed, and we're not going to worry about it at all.
Yeah, we turned weather off in the server settings.
So clear, 70, no wind?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Meanwhile, they have, on the other side of the planet, they have changed the weather to
Not that.
100 degrees Celsius track temp. Yeah.
Can we run like a 37-degree Fahrenheit street race? Is that something that we can do
Absolutely, we can.
for fun? I mean, that was probably Spa.
Yeah, I heard a rumor that WRL is going to the Norris Ring next year.
Norris Ring. Yeah. Probably not though. Anyway,
The inexorable crawl of this weather across the state of Florida is just extremely stressful to me, but knowing that it's traveling at about the speed of smell is helping a little bit.
Yeah, that hasn't moved very much from when we last checked. So
No.
Boy,
Yeah.
is Brendan going to have a heck of a time. Brendan in collecting cameras in the rain.
He's
Shock.
gonna leave the booth 15 minutes before the end of the race, just start picking up cameras. We're just gonna have the one left.
Guys, I gotta go. I gotta go do cameras.
Yeah,
guys. But
I gotta do
great
cameras.
great job, everybody. Great job. But I gotta go.
GG,
Thanks.
bye.
So yeah, we'll talk later.
you joke. There is a non-zero chance I'm going to be sitting at some photo gate for 20 minutes waiting for somebody to come let me on track.
Why?
Don't you have
I
the
thought- yeah.
solution?
Yeah.
Well, kind of. Not for everything. Just
Oh.
thing. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Unfortunately, it's this happened. I didn't get back to the Airbnb last year until like 12:30.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Well, the
two
race
and
ends at 10.
At 10, yeah. Oh, is that the more? No, it's the
It's an MMR.
again.
Have they lost a tire? A wheel, maybe. The whole wheel might be gone.
Where do you see a wheel?
I don't
No,
know.
that's the debris on the backside of that curb. That we lost, like, 2 hours
okay.
ago.
Okay. I never
Yeah.
saw that in the first place, and I saw
Yes.
a spinning car. I was like, well,
Yeah.
I guess that's where that's from.
Now.
Yeah.
Man, I cannot believe the day that MMR has had. I mean, that car has been reasonably competitive in the past. It's certainly pacey.
Yeah.
But they have just been absolutely up against it since we went green this morning.
Well, maybe all the difficulties that MMR have had will help inoculate them for future difficulties, down the road in later years. So I think. Anyway.
I get it. I don't really want to acknowledge it, but I get it.
Thank you. It's all you have, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah. MMR.
MMR. Gabriele Tarquini.
Yeah. Do you know how frequently that phrase gets used in my house?
You know how often it gets used in my head? It's pretty often.
If there were a tax on using that phrase.
Yeah. I would be destitute. There was a lightning strike outside New Smyrna Beach, which I don't love. But it's a little bit of an outlier.
That's far away anyway.
Yeah.
Kyle Petty into and out of the pit lane?
Not Kyle Petty.
Not Kyle Petty. It's the Chandler School. 45.
No, what this has kind of turned into, and I'm kind of into it, is it's a club race, but it's also a historics race.
Yes.
So I really considered last night like how I was going to approach the Steve Park interview because I believe we're all.
And I just
basically-
kind of came in and blew that up.
well, so we're all of the same era.
We're
right?
nerds
We're all roughly the
that
same
grew
age.
up in
Right.
the early 2000s.
So remembering some guys, as is our want, is confined to like a 5 to 6 year range.
Yes.
And unfortunately, Steve Park falls like smack in the middle of that range. Like the 1997 through 2003 era is basically where
You
we
think he
remember
keeps up
our
with Chad Little?
guys. Well, right. So, like, I was trying to remember if we've ever interviewed, because we have interviewed, NASCAR drivers and famous racing drivers in the past, professional racing drivers. I was trying to remember if we had ever interviewed anybody from, like, our era that we grew up watching and getting into racing. And I'm pretty
Dorsey
sure Steve
is close.
Yeah, that wasn't an interview. That was just commentating with Dorsey.
Which is somehow much more terrifying.
It is, although he kind of fit what we were doing. Like,
yeah, I would take Dorsey.
Out of place.
Dorsey's probably he's probably within driving distance. Get over here, Dors.
It's is that true? Isn't he in Missouri?
Oh, is he? I thought he was living in Florida now.
Missouri. I don't know. Anyway.
Okay.
I was gonna ask, like, hey, just so you know, Steve, like, we all grew up watching you. We kind of wondered what happened to you. And nice to see you here doing road racing. I didn't say that to him, but I did consider it when I was sort of sketching out what that chat might look like with old Steve Park. I didn't bring up the
good chat.
I didn't bring up seeing him on his lid at Pocono either. Like, I could have brought it up.
Yeah, good.
Thank goodness.
That would be a good thing to not
concerned.
bring up.
Sure. I think so.
I was genuinely thrilled with, like, how excited he was to be doing this, because I thought he was just kind of gonna be just turning laps, just having fun, and he's like really into the minutia of it. I'm kind of excited.
I turned around because I heard the door close behind him and Karen, who is working with sort of PR for the team this weekend. And I turned around and I looked at Karen. I was like, oh, hey. And Steve just, like, he walked up to me and shook my hand and goes, hi, I'm Steve. I was like, hi, Steve.
Steve. You can't just say that. My name is Steve Park.
Steve.
I have one.
Well, he's on the entry list as Steven.
I know.
PH.
Yeah.
Anyway, super nice guy. And as Joseph mentioned during the interview, just seems very into this. Like, he will probably do VIR. I think he'll do it if he wants to do it. And by all accounts, he wants to do it, which is very cool.
That's awesome. I'm excited.
Sharing our little corner of the sport here with people who could certainly be doing other things if they wanted to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, listen. If part of WRL's niche ends up being a repository of professional racing drivers, I would not be personally very upset about that. That's just me.
I mean, it's kind of interesting in that way. You look at professional sports car racing as having previously been sort of a retirement ground for major open wheel racers or drivers that never really got their opportunity in Formula One. And to some degree, that might still be true. But as was mentioned on a podcast that I happened to be listening to the other day, it is more and more becoming a legit target for drivers either to get more experience or just as a career pathway. Like, yes, the goal might still be Formula One, but as soon as you start receiving checks as a young driver in a sports car program, whether that's from a factory or from a gentleman-funded program, it is now becoming very much a place for people to make a name for themselves, young drivers to make a name for themselves. And so where do the other drivers go, right? Yeah. Where do the retirees go? Where do hey, I'm too old or I'm not quick enough or whatever
or I just want to. I don't have the time to put into this, the time and energy to put into this anymore. Yeah.
Sure, the grind, as it were.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
the rise and grind.
Sure.
There are not too many people on this planet who are comfortable with a touring calendar that runs for 36 weeks a year.
Yes.
Yes, and the more expensive that becomes, the more challenging that I think it is to justify stuff like that. But if you've got the time and the passion for the sport anyway, like, why can't that be World Racing League? Certainly you're getting the value for track time. If your goal is to drive fast race cars because you like driving fast race cars, like, this is kind of your spot. This is where you're going to get the time to be able to do that. You're not going to deal with some of the other sprint series that, long full course yellow periods, questionable driving standards. This is very chill and relaxed. There's no reason that what we do here in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty can't scratch that itch for more drivers of a higher caliber.
I think it has the thing that's crazy about this is I think it has the potential to be a landing pad for so many people, not just the sort of later career folks, but also the people who are starting out and want to get more comfortable in a multi-class environment or just in a wheel-to-wheel environment that's relatively low cost. It's much cheaper than for cost per hour. I'm not sure that I can think of a sanctioned series. Oh hello, that is better
What part
value.
of Oh No Cam 10?
Yes. Speaking of piercing the veil. Yeah, I know it was.
The good news is that cam's fully shaded now, so I can actually go just take that off.
Yeah, it sure is.
That was the reflector that was shining light back into the race control room a couple of hours.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
DTR 99 has pitted, by the way. And they are still on their outlap. No, they've just completed their outlap at a 309. That's a fast outlap, actually.
That's their thing, is getting through the pit lane and getting her done, you know? Can you rerun the projection?
Yes, that's probably reasonable.
Now that we know that the 111 is starting to be a little bit more in contention here, the 124 is dropping away.
I will say, Ryan, if you've got the link, there are so many... you can run the projections yourself. I don't even have to do it. You just hit a button and it gives you
Can you
answers.
put that in a Google Calendar for me?
Yeah, I will. I'll do that.
I feel like it's your bit, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't expect you to go into Racing Junk and just start pulling up links.
The whole point of putting it on
drama.
a website...
Run a wide! And the AOA
wow.
Mazda NC Miata there.
Have they made it? I think they've kept it out of the wall barely.
I think so, too.
A lot of squared off tires in this field.
Yes. Now the Daytona infield will do that to you.
But anyway, Ryan, what I was going to say, the entire point of having this on a website that is accessible to yourself and to Brendan is that so you can do this whenever you want to.
Right, but again, if you're here, it's your bit.
Fine.
So, you can tell me no. I'm satisfied with that.
So, odds are in favor of the 34 still, but they are gradually creeping towards the 111.
Interesting, okay.
Yes.
Has the 99 gained or lost probability?
Lost, definitely.
Lost? Okay.
And that's even before this lap penalty, if it does come to pass, has taken effect. Remember, I will continue to beat this point, but there is a lap penalty pending if they are determined to be at fault for contact between themselves and the number 28. That was that 40 minutes ago. I will probably get an answer for that soon because it's typically, the accused, if you like, has the opportunity to provide a data card to the officials, and so the 99 having just pitted, they'll be able to provide any sort of data to make their case, if you like.
Yes, I do like.
That was the 585, by the way, that we saw run very deep into, was that turn 5?
It was.
Listen to that. Do we think that's the Cup engine?
Yes, that's how it works. That's how the Cup engine. I mean, we can listen to the show too. That's fine. The way whoa.
I was like, way to miss the apex, but there was a car there, so fair enough.
The way the Cup engine life cycle works, I'm told, is that brand new ones are cast and all the other stuff, and they're only good when they're new to the Cup teams. So as soon as the Cup teams life them out, they're sent back to Roush or Hendrick or whoever, rebuilt, and then those engines are made available to Trans Am, Xfinity, Nationwide, whatever they call it today, ARCA, etc. And they're always using the rebuilt Cup motor, so it's not as perfect as it would have been when it was brand new, but it's close enough, and then they are either tuned down or have plates on them or whatever. But like that's how it works. It's like you can buy a rebuilt cup motor. There's like a market for those, but new ones are like tightly controlled and stuff.
You know what is kind of interesting to me is that the Fury cars haven't seemed to have found a market yet. I don't know if I feel any particular way about that, but you would have thought that would have been part of the angle of coming to Coda.
Right.
Would be to try to sell some of those. Contact BLM 453 inside of Kyle Petty.
Going door to door.
And
do you think Aston Martin, when they designed that GT4 car, intended for it to be banging doors with a cup car?
Have you ever? No, I have never.
Interesting.
Never once have I seen an Aston Martin Vantage bang doors with a 2007 Daytona 500 participant car. That was not on my that was not on my bingo sheet for today, if I'm honest.
I mean, fair enough.
If I'm lying, it absolutely was. That's a fun car to be on board with. It's clearly not supposed to be doing this, which is what makes it very fun.
Right.
So we're seeing cars kind of send it down the inside, and then promptly lose it themselves.
Which hero is going to step up and just run a late model? Or like an outlaw? Like, he run an outlaw with fenders? Like, is that, or not an outlaw, a modified with fenders? Just like step up.
I don't know.
Be like, you know what? I'm in. Let's do it.
What about a Silver Crown?
Silver Crown, a legend. Can you run a legend in GTU?
I tried to search for Silver Crown and it just gave me Silver Crowns. I should have seen that one coming.
Or Bandolero.
Yeah, I don't know if you've got something like that like an asphalt stock car or an asphalt sprint car.
Mm-hmm.
You just put like a Perspex windshield over the supports and like call it a day.
Maybe it's got to be closed wheel though.
Does it?
Closed fender. I believe so.
I knew it had to be closed cockpit.
No, you can't have open wheel. You definitely can't have open wheel.
Okay.
So I don't know if a Caterham style fender is acceptable or if you need like an actual front clip. But that's why I recommend like a modified with a front clip on it or like a late model.
Well, modified is still open. Yeah.
Yeah, but you could put a bumper on a modified.
The Bandolero class is going to really take off like a house on fire.
That should be the support series. There should be like a Bandolero, Legend, Silver Crown, like goofy support series for.
I mean, this is going back to my kit car thing, but like I think there's an avenue for things like the Superlight, detuned obviously,
or like a Super Performance Cobra. Just like reproduction 60s sports cars.
Yeah. I actually don't think that's a terrible idea.
I don't either. I would love to see some aero solutions on a Shelby Cobra to make it competitive in WRL.
Just a swan neck wing on a Shelby Cobra.
Yes. There was that. You were there when we saw the like 65 Ford Mustang with like the time attack bodywork on it.
Oh yeah, very briefly. Yeah.
That was super goofy. I like stuff like that.
Yeah, I again, like we said when Brendan was out, making the blinky bits work.
Yeah.
My goal with this is to just convince people to make the worst decisions possible.
Correct.
But make them work. That's the thing. I don't want it to be a bad decision that just flat out doesn't work. I want it to be like a terrible decision that like miraculously is like the cheat code.
Right. You want the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak car.
Yes.
For Daytona. Yes.
Yeah. Just 1,000 horsepower.
All the way around on that. Yeah.
It would have to be, just an absolute bus. Is there anything in the rules that says it can't be a bus?
A physical bus. I was going to go there. I think that there's potential there for sure.
Can't be
longer than. There's got to be like a box rule. Surely RJ
Yeah.
has thought of this. Like, you can't have a obscenely sized car.
or like the FIA European trucks.
Yes, that could be cool. I bet your fuel window for that would be real small.
Yeah, I can do about 4 laps before I have to come in.
Well, that maybe not though, because if you say that you're going to use the stock fuel tank size, they carry like 100 gallons.
Okay, yeah.
So you could. I don't think it'd be very good, but you could do that. No, I think the cheater car. I say cheater tongue in cheek, obviously, is going to be some form of Ginetta and or NASCAR Cup car that's been developed. That Trans Am thing that Brad McCall purchased, we still haven't seen that. I think that's also potential of being there.
I think like a TA3 or something like that could work in GTO.
Yeah, exactly.
The 20, bring the 20 back.
The 20, yes, that's good. I'm gonna class the front half of the car as GP1 and the back half as GP2.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Good luck dynoing that.
Indeed. How much? How many modifiers would you have to take in order to use the BMW 3 Series that was like all of the bodywork was cut off?
Oh yeah, and it was like a, it was like a Craftsman truck body.
Are we
Yeah,
remembering
pretty
some
much.
cars?
We are remembering some cars.
It was EFB. EFB? EFB. TFB.
TFB. It was
TFB,
no idea.
TFB.
TFB.
Yes,
Definitely TFB. Yeah.
How many modifiers do you think that would carry for this, Brendan? To be just a completely unremarkable, uncompetitive car, and also you have to take all of the modifiers because you have the wrong body on the car.
I honestly don't know how close that car would even was at the time to like a 9-1.
It wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Well, it was in E2 or E1 for starters.
Was it?
Yeah.
I thought it ran in like ESR the first year.
I don't think so. But maybe the first year.
Because they're like, oh, it has an open top. We're going to put it in ESR.
Yeah, I don't think it stayed in ESR. I think they
Maybe
moved it to
not.
the... Or what was that thing? The swordfish?
No,
Catfish.
yeah,
Catfish. Yeah. there
which
we
was just
go.
a rebodied Miata. I don't really understand the point of that car to this day.
Well, it doesn't exist. Same thing with the... I remember going to the Laguna Seca ALMS race, and they previewed those, like, built from the ground up Can-Am cars that were supposed to be like an arrive and drive thing.
Yep.
Yeah,
What happened to those? Also, could you run that in GTU?
I think that briefly became a thing in like Australia.
No, I don't think so because GTU still has a maximum weight. Otherwise, you get bumped into GTO.
Okay, could you run it in GTO then?
Possibly.
Thank you.
2 pit lane collars, or paddock collars. Sorry, the 12 and the 89.
All right.
Can I just quickly shout out Totally Not Suscat on the YouTube chat, who a few hours ago was at the track doing the Daytona Tour and has decided to come find us on YouTube,
Sweet.
which
They're
is
just
kind of
like-
cool.
Just YouTube search in Daytona.
Yeah. Car race Daytona today.
What are the chances?
So speaking of bad ideas, Joseph, that's what we started talking about.
Yeah, sorry.
Are you seeing this?
Yeah.
Like what?
It's a drone show.
Show the broadcast. What? I don't. Anyway,
Can we get? Where would a 2CV Cup class? Could we get
Oh,
that into GP3?
GP8.
no chance. Yeah, no chance that gets into GP3. No chance.
Well, I can dream.
What I would love to see is like, what does a VW Fun Cup weigh? Could you get one of those into GTO or GTU?
No. So we talked about this earlier, Brendan. This exact thing. Do you
Oh.
remember the Audi TT Cup that was the support
Yeah.
series for DTM for like 3 years? That 100% fits in like GP3 or GP2. And there's one in England for sale right now for 20 grand.
What we're trying to do, Brendan, is we're trying to remind people that cars exist not on this continent.
Sure.
Yeah. And for whatever reason, there's a lot of very cool road racing cars in Europe for no money. And then I went on. And
sorry.
then oh, you're good.
No, go ahead.
And then I went on a tirade about how every country except for the United States has a manufacturer-backed, like, yeah, give us a check for 20 grand and we'll give you a car and a year's worth of spares, and then you can run in this, like, one-make series, and we'll just use the same car for, like, 4 years. There's the Micro Cup, the Clios, all of that stuff, but nothing like that exists in the United States. And the closest thing we have in the United States is, yeah, pay Troy Fliss 90 grand for a Miata.
Sure.
There is the counterpoint, which is I don't know if you do get, if you do get some random Renault, right? What's the game plan when things break?
I mean, you got to buy two. So that you have spares. You know?
Oh, okay, all right. Well, that's fair enough then.
Guys, I have great news.
Great news.
Yeah,
the Dacia Sandero.
The VW Fun Cup weighs 799 kilos.
Yes.
And makes 180 horsepower.
Yes.
Do you know what that means?
That means a GTU.
800 kilos would be what, about 1,800 pounds?
It's just shy of 1,800 pounds, I think. And 180 horsepower is 10-1.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Right on for GTU.
There is nothing that would make me happier than GTU being a mix of NPO1s and Fun Cups. Are you kidding me?
Get RJ on the horn. We need to get a Fun Cup entry.
Make it. You know what? Make him wear the beacon for good measure.
Oh,
yeah, big off there at turn 3. That is not a big off. It's not hit anything. It's one of the AOA Miatas.
Is that the green one? The one that's
it is the green one. Yep.
585 would be that one.
So they had a problem doing that at the West Chicane or Horseshoe or whatever the fuck they call it. Oh, dang it! I'm sorry. I'm just gonna step away now.
What a shambles!
I'm gonna ban you, man.
Probably. Whatever the heck they call it.
Anyway.
Any hoozle.
That's the Fun Cup.
No. That Miata has already gone off at one of the Horseshoes earlier. So that's the second time I've seen that car do that. So I don't know if they're having issues with the brakes, if there's a tire situation, if there's like a weird brake master cylinder situation. I don't know. I
don't know what the issues that car kind of had in the first place were. And the AOA guys have been, I mean, GP3 in general, right, has been a race of attrition from like 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, GP3 has been fun, as long as you're not in it. They are still, I mean, we are in that ebbing and flowing that I was talking about earlier, where we do only have 3 cars off. Now, I will grant you, the 585 is 8 hours behind, but, 4 hours ago, all they have to do is invent time travel, and I think they're going to be in this one. In fairness, the 66 is only 3 hours behind. 4 hours left in this race. The 66 is still in this one, boys.
This is the race that I thought GTU was going to be.
Yeah. Actually, just for fun, if we can track down the GTU battle, there's a second between those two team cars. We are nearly 10 hours into the race, and that's the 100. That is the other one of those cars that is 5 hours behind. That car is not going up the order any further, but they're going to turn laps because it's fun to do laps on a race car around Daytona. I respect that. Here are the two Stratus cars, P1 and P2. They've rewrapped the Stratus cars.
Yes, they have.
I'm furious.
Are they no longer just a solid color, blue and yellow?
No, they're back to what they used to be. Actually, no, they're different again. Who would go to the trouble of just every 6 months completely revamping the way that they look?
Hey man, branding is branding. Branding is branding.
It depends on.
That's a joke about the timing tower.
Changing. Oh. It depends on why they're changing.
-2. What?
-2 laps since they pitted.
It just means that it's.
That feels like a penalty.
It's currently occurring?
No, they pitted, stayed in the pits, but copped a penalty while they were there, so they deducted 2 laps.
Actually, that may be true.
So they pitted on 186, but on 186 they were docked 2 laps, so back to 184.
It also can be a quirk of if we see a pit stop but they haven't tripped the start-finish line yet, it will say, hey, that's crazy. They pitted in the future, because that's how that would have to be registered.
Is it
Gotcha.
possible that it's also just for penalties that they've received? Because they've received 2 separate one-lap penalties. Like, is that number always the number of penalty laps off?
I don't think so. Which car is
remain
this?
Unconvinced. This is the 5.
The 5?
Yeah.
Is
He's
the
in
5?
the pits now. Pitting.
That's fair enough. Actually, okay. I missed who we were talking about.
Joseph
that would make
has
sense.
a new job to do.
No, I don't.
Are you sure?
They have a new job to do. They should stop getting penalties.
Well, I agree. But also, I don't think your script is accounting for penalties.
That's not my problem. If they got penalized on lap 146 and they're now on lap 144 because they got penalized twice, that's not my problem.
Right, no. But this is they were penalized before they came into the pits. So like your timing thinks they're still on lap 146 or whatever, but in actuality their lap counter is 144 because they've had those 2 laps deleted. Like they passed the line 146 times, but they're only scored as 144.
Listen, I'm not here to do revisionist history, okay?
I'm not either, but.
What lap did they pit on? What lap did they pit on? I need to know what lap they actually pit on so that I can do the projections correctly.
They're
So-
on 164.
Joseph, I do have a quick question real quick. There was a notification at the bottom that the 997 had lost 2 hours and 38 minutes.
Yeah.
Does that mean that it's circulating now and it's just like registered?
It's out there. It's out there, boys.
Is it really?
Yep.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
I don't understand why or how, but it's out there.
All right, cool. I'm in.
So be on the lookout for a 997 Porsche. That's just me laughing.
This is the first time.
I don't have a condenser.
No, I know that. This is, I
Give me
think,
a
the first
condenser.
time I've seen this car on track in person.
It's a great car. We do have an onboard of it, allegedly. Give me one moment, please.
Oh, heck yeah.
Let's see. It's gonna be here. Perfection. Copy. Send that to our boy Zach.
I presume that this is because one of the other round 3 cars has gone by the wayside.
Might be the 702.
That would be my assumption as well, because the 702 was the chosen car. Yes, the 702 is registered as in the pits and at the round.
So, and the 701 came back on a flat toe some time ago.
Yes.
I think it was when I came back from fixing the last game.
You know what? I would actually buy that it's the 701 crew because that was the team that was that was the group of women that was supposed to be driving the 997.
Hey, they just said a
I
fast
thought they were in
lap.
the 702, but maybe you're right. Oh, stop random vandals number 28 between turns 3 and 4. Actually, probably right about where our camera is. Maybe a little bit past it. It is a little bit past it.
I'm gonna text Brad McCall and see what he's doing. What up, Brad?
Get Brad on the horn.
But you could probably get it on camera 2. If you want to switch to that high-level shot, I think it'll be... There it is, right in that concrete pad between turns 3 and 4. And that car is now being retrieved by a wrecker and a flat toe. So the first time in a little while here, we're getting a legit hot pull on the infield. I think every
Our
other...
stopped is the only call in the race control. Number 28.
Yeah.
I've moved the microphone away from my face, so if I get quieter, that's your fault.
You should move the mic away from your mouth to breathe in.
Is it going to do the RLM thing where it peaks and then auto adjusts back down and then realizes that it's too quiet and then peaks again? And it just goes up and down for like 8 hours at a time?
No, that's a software thing. That's a
Oh, okay.
VMix setting.
Yeah. Sorry. Tough car.
See,
Yeah, I know. They're great.
See, and you people tell me that the ticker doesn't do
Oh my
anything.
God. Guys, this is perfect. This is perfect. This is the 56th car to turn a lap today.
It's Garage
It's
56.
It's Garage 56. The 997 is Garage 56.
This could not have worked out any better. McCall's have played a blinder.
Okay. By finishing
I heard
dead
this is
last.
the hydrogen powered 997. Oh man.
You'll be shocked to hear this, but they've just put in a personal best.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it?
How long have they been circulating?
8 laps.
Yeah, they've just finished lap 9.
And one of them was a 4-minute pit stop, so it's no longer than like 20 minutes.
That's so fun.
And honestly, I don't think I'd have noticed it if Ryan hadn't said that a message came up saying they lost 2 minutes.
No, at some point
like,
with
homie,
2
they
hours
haven't
to
even
go.
been on track.
At some point with 2 hours to go, we would have been like, is there? Oh, is that a 997?
Yeah. It's quite good.
Like the old R Factor races we used to do, and be like, who brought a Viper in the middle of the race?
All of a sudden, air engine noises start playing in the background of all the cameras. Like, what is happening?
Worst thing that's ever. Whatever mod replaced the crowd noise with an air wrench, taken into a dark room and beaten.
What are the odds that I can get that the official Le Mans video game ever comes out?
Oh, it'll come out. It's a money grab. It has to come out.
Yeah.
Is it going to come out, or is it going to come out as DLC?
It's going to be its own game because that's the only way that they'll make any money off of it. But it'll be the current DLC from the R Factor 2 game. It's just a complete grift. Anyway,
I saw a video of them playing like an early access, somebody playing an early access version of that at Le Mans, and they said it was like atrocious.
How do they keep giving those people money?
Well, because they didn't have a product, so they couldn't be exposed for not being able to create decent content.
Right, but why wouldn't they partner with somebody who knows what they're doing?
Who is that?
I mean, Codemasters puts games out at least.
Codemasters, which is now owned by EA.
EA, right? Yeah. I don't know. iRacing has a
these days.
iRacing does the World of Outlaws game, right?
Yeah, but they're like just consulting in on that. I don't think there's a whole lot of actual like iRacing physics work going on there.
Okay, got it.
But it
No,
doesn't
I think
look like it.
I think it might be.
You think it's that engine?
It's certainly the assets.
It would be silly if it wasn't. Here's a take. You could make iRacing do it, and they could do a new engine, and that could be their test bed.
Well,
No,
so like
that's
something,
okay. That's
there is
no.
something to be said here for like, is it time for iRacing to expand into licensed, sellable games?
Can we get what's his name from V2R into the booth for this discussion as well?
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, we could.
I don't know.
I don't have his number.
I don't either. But he's down in the paddock, and we're down in the paddock. I mean,
Are we? Are we in the
well,
paddock?
Our voices are.
Oh, okay.
So, history lesson with iRacing.
Here we
Right.
go.
For a very long time, they refused to do anything that they could not scan, get the, get. You might as well have needed mass spectrometry to get something into iRacing, and they've loosened that up a lot. I mean,
No, I didn't
there's a
know
lot
that.
of. There's a lot of stuff that they are willing to make educated guesses on that I don't think they were before. So there was this is obviously looking from the outside in, so this is speculation to a degree, but there's a lot more that I think they're willing to do in terms of if they got the right partner involved, I think they would be willing to do it. Like the F4, for example, that just came out, or was rebranded from the IR04, was basically like a generic Tatus. And now it's they've got proper backing from the FIA for it. So there's a lot of stuff I think they would be willing to do now, like just being willing to fill in blanks that I don't think they would have been comfortable with, 5, certainly not 10 years ago.
Well, it's such a cash grab for them now. I think now that they have the user base is much bigger, and they know there's idiots like me who will go, oh, Cadillac? Yes. Buy. I'm in. Let's do that one too. Yep. And so I think the money angle of like, listen, if we make this car 95% as good as the other ones, we're still going to make a ton of money.
Well, they
so
have a
why
lot
don't
more
we just start putting these out so we can continue to earn money on them?
With the additional audience comes the fact that they've been able to hire additional people, which is a huge factor.
Right.
I mean, they probably literally would not have had the capability to do it and also not lose half their well, not half, but a sizable chunk of their player base.
You have to sustain that as well. Like, if you're going to make the investment on people, you've got to find ways to continue
to pay for that.
Getting revenue from content releases. And like with AI comes
No.
Here we go.
What?
Here we go. We're gonna start talking about AI.
Oh, are you talking about
with AI cars?
Okay,
got it. Okay,
Yeah, which used to be Papyrus's bread and butter. With that comes
you
the
took a
ability...
deep intake of breath and said AI, so I thought you were going to go in a completely different direction.
Well, I was going to say
same.
AI drivers, and then realized that that was also exactly where I didn't want to go. But with the ability to race against AI comes with the ability to use the content that you have or add additional content and section that off into its own little unit, right? So you just take the engine, you take the platform, and now all of a sudden you have a licensable, hey, let's get all the cars from whatever, from the WEC, from IMSA, from SRO, whatever, into its own little pocket, and you can just sell off that little pocket. As a subscription base, would you pay some number of dollars a month to race an iRacing platform-based WEC sim? Ooh, car in the tires at turn 3. Sorry. It looks like a Miata, but it's just slid straight off in the braking zone.
It's not the 585 again.
Is it the green one? Yeah.
I don't know. It looked green as it was on its way in, but I only
That's definitely it. Is that over there on the left side?
It is. Yep.
It
you
is.
see it with the flashing light just to its right.
Yep. So that is the same car that has been sliding off.
Yeah, Cam 3, Cam 3 would have caught that as well.
Which, remember, that is the replacement AOA car. So that
Zach, can you telestrate that for us?
I fully flushed out telestration options last weekend at Watkins Glen.
Really?
They're not great.
On an iPad. Yeah, no, not phenomenal. Here we go. Look to to screen left.
Yeah.
Light
Actually, it doesn't hit very
hit.
hard. Yeah.
No.
Probably more embarrassing than anything.
The problem is that runoff is off camber, and you tend to get cars buried because you're working kind of against gravity on your way out there. They tend to kind of just hold the car in place.
I'm really curious to see what we decide to do with this from a race control perspective.
I would not be shocked if it results in a full course yellow, but counterpoint, it's drivers left on the infield. So this kind of feels like a 50-50 ball.
So here's my question. Does that car have too much rear bias? Are there new brake pads on the back and they're used up front? Is there an issue with the fluid? I feel like this has happened a lot, and last time it looked like he lost it. So I'm wondering if we're locking the rears.
If we're going in nose first, I'd say...
Yeah, we got a double yellow here.
Yeah.
Anyway, nose first.
If we're going in nose first, that tells me that we've got too much front bias and we're locking those up.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. The one of them I looked at, I thought he was locking the rears, but I'm willing to be swayed on that. That's all right.
Okay.
So the double yellow does come to pass. To put not too fine a point on the discussion we were just having. Okay, fine, not iRacing. Assetto Corsa.
Well, Assetto Corsa's wrapped up in GT3 stuff, and with
what's going to be at Le Mans, Joseph?
Okay, they also have to do. We are going to send out looks like we're going to send out a medical vehicle just to check on the driver down at the International Horseshoe. Yes, but you've also now got to basically double your car count because there's probably like 9 GT3s, current GT3s in the game, plus the legacy ones.
Oh, there's way more. I was gonna say there's way more than 9, but yeah, they're legacy ones. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it looks like what do we have, 8? Yeah,
probably 8 prototypes.
Hypercars.
Well, I mean, throw the LMP2 car in there as well. I mean, if
the
you're
4 LMP2 cars.
Yeah,
of course.
Not all of them are going to run. There's no way. It'll end up being an Orica, here you go, here's more money to the French manufacturer situation. Like it always is. Has been for 10 years.
The draw for these organizers to partner with that company is that they have funding behind them. Unfortunately,
from who? Who's giving them money?
Motorsport.com. That whole group. There's like a 40% stake. It's publicly listed.
Motorsport.com carry a game manufacturer?
Yeah, they bought up a ton of media properties. It's not. The thing to remember is that everyone kind of assumed that they were just going to take R Factor 2 and reskin it. And what they've done instead, which is so funny because like R Factor Pro is basically, and now the Miata has left the scene of the incident, so I assume we're going to go, as soon as we re-scramble or reseat the recovery vehicles, we're probably going to go
Right away.
really shortly.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people assume that they were going to just take the G-motor engine that R Factor uses, which by the way is the graphical bit that R Factor Pro uses, not the physical bit. People always think it's the physics too behind R Factor,
Right.
but it's really just the graphical front end, and then teams will put in whatever physics model, whatever Simulink or whatever makes sense for their stuff. What they've ended up doing is they've put together this like really awkward mishmash of the Unreal Engine for graphics,
Right.
and the R Factor 2 physics, and then also a lot of the key personnel from Studio 397 left the company. So it's the whole thing is just kind of a mess.
Yeah, but and I understand the funding angle and that kind of stuff. That's fine. But how do you not, as the ACO, look at like, where did that IndyCar game go? That isn't anywhere to exist. Like, what happened? Where'd the BTCC game go?
They already the ACO already has a relationship with this company because they were doing the DLC already.
Right.
So I think it's just a continuation of the bit, and they probably are getting a little bit from the DLC sales. I don't know how much.
Right. I don't understand, and this would be a good one I think for Scott to weigh in on. Unfortunately, he's not here.
Well, I can tell you what Scott's argument is because it's always the same. At least it's consistent. Is that
you do it in his accent too?
No.
Okay.
The beef that he always has is that he feels that iRacing has a little bit too much of a monopoly over the sim racing crowd, and that I suppose is true. But it's a function of, well, really it's a function of network effects in part. It's also a really good platform. I think it does a lot of things numerically very, very well, even though a lot of the models are flawed. I think it has the best. It has the best kind of numerical feel of anything that I've driven. A lot of people like the kind of the softness of like the R Factor model and things like that. I personally don't get the same level of immersion out of it. Some people get a ton of immersion out of ACC too. So I mean, everybody's going to be a little different.
Right.
I grew up with things that the current iRacing model is built off of. So obviously, I'm going to have some level of comfort with it that I'm not going to have with something that's built on Unreal.
Right.
Maybe kids that grow up with like, things that are built off the Unreal Engine. Maybe they come to ACC and they're really comfortable.
What's the shooter one that everybody plays? The
Quake?
No, where you have to build the things also, and it's all dorky. You jump off the bus.
Are you talking about Fortnite?
Fortnite, thank you. Fortnite's on Unreal Engine.
Are they?
Or it's either that one or the other one. What's the actual army one?
There's Unreal and there's Unity. Are the two big ones.
I thought one of them was on Unreal. Now you're gonna make me look.
I don't remember.
Anyway, if there's modern games that use Unreal Engine, and I think that does make a lot of sense in that regard. Fortnite, Fortnite is on Unreal Engine 5. Yeah.
It's a very one size fits all thing, and it doesn't necessarily make it good for things that are trying to simulate fidelity very well.
Right.
Because then you end up with graphical lag and things like that, and control lag because you have all these layers that you're going through. Where iRacing does things well, in my opinion, is that they're very smart about reducing the latency from control to screen, and that's something that I never quite. It's intangible a little bit. I'm sure it's measurable, but I don't know. I would be curious to know. I know a lot of pro drivers, several years ago had a lot of issues with the way that iRacing's tire model was done at the time, and I think they've improved it to some degree, but that you couldn't get enough slip out of an iRacing tire, for example. Lights are, I believe, off on the pace car.
Yeah, I believe
Zach's
that's
doing a
correct.
good job of tracking that.
Apparently, there's a beta for a racing game called Rensport that is also going to be on.
There's controversy behind that.
Why is that?
Because that is a game that is not obvious that it works. It appears to be hard limited to 12 multiplayer participants.
All right.
I mean, isn't that netcode like 16 years old?
Well, this is Rensport.
It's on.
No, that's what I
Unreal
mean.
Engine. It's on Unreal Engine 5. It's
No,
new.
Rensport is a scratch game. What are you talking about?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's coming out. It's like in progress now.
Oh,
You
I
can
didn't
sign
know
up
that.
for the beta.
As we go back to green.
I bet Scott could get into the beta.
I thought it was R3E based for some reason.
No, not at all.
Never mind. Oh, big dive down the inside at turn 1 from the 909 Aston Martin. Cuts from the driver's right to driver's left on the brakes and is able to pick up some track position. The MMR car just does not go on these restarts.
On fire.
Yeah,
not
that
in
whole
Daytona.
situation. No. That whole situation was nonsense, and it looks like it's taken on its own. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
That's okay because that's Jose Maria Lopez's car, so now he can't cause drama to somebody else.
Scott, the bad man can't hurt you anymore.
I'm wondering if the MMR car is like stuck in gear, like if it's just riding around in fourth gear.
That is possible depending on which motor it is. If it's an 11 or a 12, I would
Somebody
put
dropped
lots
one
of
there at
money
the
on that.
exit.
I'd put a ton of money on that because those transmissions are garbage.
It has
in those
fallen
cars.
from the front of the field back to... Oh, there's a stop car on the outside of turn 5, just to the right of our camera. It looks like a
909.
GTO car. It is the 909. Well, picked up all those spots and then ground to a halt.
Lovely.
We are.
Go
be on the
ahead,
lookout for the 98.
Hashtag Bolo.
Yes. I don't know why you would hashtag that, but sure.
So I meant to draw attention to this earlier, but we got sucked in on a different conversation.
Yeah,
The
sorry.
Thunder Bunny car has been kind of steadily losing time. The number 111, after its last pit stop, almost certainly a driver change, but it was in the 208s, 207s, 210, 212, then a 205, back into the 209 just before the full course yellow. So I wonder if maybe we're just a little, the current driver is just a little less confident in traffic and in making decisive moves in traffic, so they tend to sit behind somebody for a little bit longer. But it was weird that the times went out for a while, and
So-
now I've kind of come back in. Go ahead. I guess we've got a replay of the car going off. Is that down at turn 5?
Should be the 909, I
Yeah.
believe.
Here it is. Second car in shot. Yep, pushing a little too hard, slides
Yep,
wide.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Not a
There we go.
mechanical.
Interesting that the car ended up grinding to a halt.
Indeed.
Well, maybe it was mechanical then. I wonder if they've pulled it off because they had.
I think it's got
switch
going
off on them.
again. And it's not stationary anywhere at the moment.
Yeah, remember. Yeah, so the gap is now a full lap between the 99 and the 111. At the same time, remember that we are. Has that happened? Has that been adjudicated yet? There is or was a pending penalty between. No, still under investigation between the 99 and the 28. The fact that that hasn't been adjudicated is helpful for the 34 for Hitman relative to the 111 for Thunder Bunny, because if it had, and the 99 had been relegated, the 111 probably would have been under a lap behind them and would have cycled back around to the end of the lead lap.
Do we know who caused this most recent
Contretemps.
other incident? Yeah. Baffled. Oh.
Yes.
It was the M car. It drove straight in the back of the Toyota.
So that means that something had happened to the Toyota, though.
Are you following at all?
I mean, I saw a schmozzle.
Yeah, Toyota's ground to a halt on the back straight, the 7
Yep.
car.
That's
That is bonkers. It's just absolute nonsense.
I just can't with that.
I mean, look, there's something to be said here
What?
for putting your foot down and enforcing your driving standards. We're doing a pretty decent job of that here. This is just
We are.
ridiculous.
That's a ARCA brake. I mean, I guess he tried.
Oh,
He definitely tried.
The marker brake.
Yeah.
You say La Marca brake?
La Marca
so-
brake.
Lamar,
It's a combination of Le Mans and Arca. Oh, and now that one's on fire?
yeah,
or
that's
something?
what I said. That was on like 5 minutes ago. I was like, oh, that's on fire. And yeah.
So why has the 98 not come back out?
It's
What's happened to the 98?
hood up, and there's not a lot happening down there. There's somebody with kind of his head in the passenger side door,
Looking for the passenger.
but
Can't find it.
there are 2 to 3 people standing over the wall, just kind of looking at the car. So not a lot is occurring in the 98 pit at the moment, but something is definitely not right.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that is the car that was P3 and GP1. They've
I
still
forgot
got-
it clawed its way back onto the podium.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was
Yeah.
looking for it, because it was doing quite well.
Yeah.
And we're looking like it might be the Montgomery car next to overhaul it. Frozen Road are still plugging away. 34 minutes behind the leader in GP1. GP2 still going pretty well. RRT Racing now holding what looks like a 4-lap advantage over the 116. That 197 for overnight was having a lot of trouble with whatever was going on with the front tires of that car. That has ended up costing them about 14 minutes. So that's moved them out of P2 and GP2 and comfortably into third in that class. So I'm a little curious to know if they're going to end up having the pace over Dash Autosports in their 330i.
I haven't really called Dash Autosports names today.
No, I know. That's why I'm saying Dash Autosports a lot.
That's it. He's out.
Not Dash Autosports.
No, that's correct.
Yeah, I'm actually really impressed, and I don't know if we have the data to go back and really understand what any of the issues were, but it looks like it's just been routine running of the car at something less than the ultimate pacing class. Although it's a quick car, 2:15.9 as the quickest lap.
Interestingly, at least to me, I've run projections again, and the 99 and 111 have almost swapped places, basically, in terms of the odds making. That's obviously going to be a function of the good work, everybody.
Joseph, are you seeing this for the first time?
No, I think we know that the 111 almost certainly has a slower driver in.
Yeah.
So that will be shifting things a little bit, but also the longer that they're at a driver disadvantage, the more the race kind of slips away from them. So I.
Sorry, this is the triple one?
Yes, I mean, so there's a little bit of a caveat there in both directions, but this could be overconfident and it could be underconfident for the triple one. So just be mindful of that as we just kind of feed that into your own personal expectations for the race. But the 34.99 and triple one all seem like they are more or less in it. I will say the triple one has kind of been unlucky in that yellow flag.
Yeah, I think so.
So one of the things that interests me here is that the triple one's pace dropped off a bit. It didn't seem to do so for the 99 and the 34. And I just wonder if maybe either one or both of those cars have a less quick driver to put back into that car before the end of the race. And maybe the triple one is, after this stint is going to be turned back over to somebody like Laura Hayes to run through the night and into the checkered flag.
Almost certainly. That's usually how it works.
Right.
Yeah,
So that's, if we're projecting out here, it just sort of seems like we haven't had the equivalent drop in pace from the 99 and the 34 that we otherwise might have expected. Because let's remember, that 34 car wasn't the quickest car on track early on in the race either. It wasn't slow, but it wasn't,
Yeah. The 34, I feel like the driver lineup in that car has been gradually getting more and more consistent over time. I'm sure the quality of that Supra does help, but it's pretty rare, I think, that we tend to see the same sort of drop off. We had it a little bit at Road America.
Yeah.
Some big speed drop off, but there's also a lot of pretty high commitment corners, and really only have that at the bus stop here. That's a little bit.
Well,
they're not too dissimilar, I suppose.
Your equivalent trip up here is traffic, right? The infield here is pretty narrow. You've got to commit to a move. The kink doesn't really become a passing zone unless you know exactly where you are and where the car alongside of you is. So there are, elements to the track that do take away or do highlight the edge that a professional driver might have. I wanted to ask, is this car geared to use all four gears?
I think that's why they're running it out all the way to red line.
Because they're only running 3? Or because...
I think they're only running 3, and it's still in the super speedway configuration.
Yeah.
So they're having to pull all the way through first and all the way through second.
Yeah, that's kind of why I asked.
Because they were short shifting earlier, and I think it's a comfort thing.
Because they're very low in first in the hairpins.
Right.
Wish we'd have had the sound earlier. I would have asked. The car is just absolute Sunday cruise. Oh, he's letting everybody go by. I was going to say, that car is just Sunday cruising down the front straight.
Cruising.
It's fine. It's
Sunday drivers.
Anyway.
I was at a baseball game last night, and they played Saturday nights all right for fighting, and that's all well and good.
It was Friday.
It was Friday.
What baseball game?
Yeah, what baseball game were you at?
Well, it was the Columbus Clippers, of course.
Wow.
Against?
And what division are they? And whose minor league team are they?
Joey Votto was in this game, just so you know.
Oh, are the Columbus Clippers part of the Minnesota Twins organization?
They are part of the
Or Joey Votto,
Guardians organization.
Not Joey Gallo. My apologies.
Aren't the Rochester Red Wings part of the Twins?
I think so.
They certainly used to be when I was living there.
But they were playing the Louisville, I think they're just called the Bats.
Nice.
Oh, it's the Washington Nationals now. It was the Twins.
Was that the AAA, Brendan? Or AA?
Oh,
If it's
what's the
AAA,
higher-
that's
AAA.
if it's AAA, that's very recent because the
Yes.
Twins just made St. Paul, which were an independent team, their AAA
It
team.
would be like 2 to 3 years, I think.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
So that was very recent.
Should have been a Blue Jays affiliate, of course, but I think Buffalo Bisons were already the team there.
Yeah. I will take this opportunity right now to grandstand while I have a national audience, if you will, and say that John Fisher and Dave Cavill, the two men at the head of the Oakland Athletics, are bad for baseball and should be forced to sell the team. And anybody who's drinking the Kool-Aid of saying, the A's are leaving because they have no fans, clearly hasn't paid any attention and has only has only listened to the PR put out by the terrible commissioner of baseball, who should also be fired. The Oakland A's should stay in Oakland, and if anybody in Nevada supports giving tax dollars to an organization that routinely hoses its own fans and refuses to do anything to make the product better, then you all are a bunch of fools as well.
Oh.
Make them sell the team. Okay, thank you.
I mean, sir, this is a Wendy's.
I mean, look, we were already on the baseball thing. Multiple national broadcasts have touched on this. I wanted to take my time to be able to touch on it. I have now touched on it. We can move on.
Here's my take. Baseball?
You hate to see it.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. We just, you say they hose their fans. They just demolished a decent-ish Pittsburgh team 2 days in a row.
Right, imagine how
Got to
good
watch
they would
that.
be. If you look at the OPS leaders in the MLB right now, all of them have played on the A's team within the last 3 years.
And now they don't.
And now they don't, because they refuse to re-sign them at the lower rate. They could have signed them for not that much money, but they want to spend $0 because all they do is profit off of the revenue sharing money that they get, that only like 2 or 3 teams get, and then spend no other dollars on the product. It's an organization actively trying to not win, because then they can sell this narrative of like, oh, look, we're bad because we're in Oakland. If we move to Las Vegas, it'll be better. Get someone else to pay for their stadium and then continue to do the same thing, much the same way that this same owner already did with the San Jose Earthquakes, which was promised the city of San Jose that if they paid for this ballpark, they would start paying all of their Earthquakes players, and they haven't done that either.
Yeah, it's no follow through there. Look, I think the era of paying for your stadium yourself is pretty much over.
It's not, though.
I
The
think
Golden
it
Knights
is.
paid for their own stadium. The San Francisco Giants paid for their own stadium. Like, it happens still. It still happens. SoFi Stadium, they paid for that themselves, and it was like the most expensive stadium in the world.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's private. All the good teams right now, and like the Giants aren't that good, but the Vegas Golden Knights are pretty darn good, and they paid for their own. SoFi Stadium, they're pretty good. They paid for their own like, no, this is dumb.
Well,
Absolutely stupid.
the Knights play in a salary cap league, for one thing.
Again, that's fine, but they didn't have to ransack the coffers of the state in order to build that arena.
I mean, if they're going to let you, why not?
Because that's the thing, though. As a taxpayer, you shouldn't tolerate that.
Sure. I mean,
So-
it's either that or schools. I don't want to learn.
When do we go to Circuit of the Americas again?
That's dumb, too. They shouldn't have paid for that either. It's weird, though, to me, and like this is going to be really on my sandbox, that like in a
boy.
country where it's like, oh, well, we can't do universal health care because it's too expensive, but we have no
Oh,
problem
boy.
handing billions of dollars to people who are already rich. No problem at all. That's totally fine. PPP loans, anyway.
Okay. Now we're getting a little far away. I've been reliably informed by RJ Till that GTU is still in the same lap.
Yes,
Although I don't know if
indeed.
is that still true?
Yes.
They were top 10
Am
for a while.
Am I timing behind again?
Probably.
Are you just... No. I think what he's saying is that the two leaders in GTU are on the same lap as each other.
Yeah. Oh, there
I thought
I
they
was
were in-
behind again by 6 laps. Neat.
I thought they were on the same lap as 7 laps. There you go. They were on the same lap
39.8
for a while.
seconds. 254 laps.
Oh, I've got a story for you guys.
Uh-oh.
Let's hear it.
The GP2 and GP3 leaders are on the same lap.
Yes. Excellent.
Convergence.
GP2.
Yeah, you're kind of burying the lead there, Joseph, in that the GP3 leader is ahead of the GP2 leader.
Now that bit I hadn't seen. I was just looking at lap 230, lap 230.
And nope.
And I love that because GP2 teams, and GP1 teams to some extent, are so smug about being on the same lap as GTO. So smug about it.
I mean,
Like,
there is something to be said there. You're running higher power to weight with modifiers and all this stuff. Like, think there's something to that. But I mean, look, GP2 and GP3 anyway are not the same races as GP1. GP1 is, battles on pace, strategy, the same type of fight you get in GTO.
I'm like mostly joking.
Yeah, no, GP2 and 3 are just pure races of attrition.
Right.
More often than not. Not always, but frequently.
That number 98, speaking of battles of attrition, has come out just under a lap in front of the number 24 for Montgomery. So they are back out there. They are circulating. Whatever the issue was, they seem to have fixed it, at least for now. And now they retain a podium position.
Have we turned the weather off for the day?
We did. Joseph and I talked about that earlier. We did turn the weather off.
Okay.
Everything's fizzled. Everything that was an immediate threat has fizzled.
No, that's fine. Of course.
Oh, I don't know, man.
I don't think it's going to get here in time.
It's not.
It's trundling though. It's moved quicker just since the last time. Like the first time we looked, it was slow. It has sped up. So
I will say, a weather app of choice of mine had been pushing the arrival of any potential weather later tonight, later and later. So it started at like 7:15, then it was 7:30, 45. It has now stabilized at like 8:15. Thunderstorms possible at 8:15. It's now stabilized there for about the last hour. I haven't been paying attention or looking, but there is also some dissension between that app and other apps. So, but a lot of that depends on how they build, where they build, do they sustain themselves as the energy fizzles out of the atmosphere and the temperature drops, the sun goes down, all of those different things. But
hold on, let's run the ensemble forecasts.
Hey, there we go.
I'm a big Euro model guy. What's your favorite model?
I love it. I love the ECWM.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I like the Euro model too.
Yeah.
I'm a big Euro model guy. Euro model is always the one that gives you a higher chance of rain in Northern California than the North American one.
Really good.
So it's always like, Euro model, the drought will be gone. We're good to go, and then it never happens.
I think the consensus is that the Euro model is a little better at predicting like large-scale storms and the movement thereof. They tend to do less with the minutia.
Right.
That's the vibe I've gotten off of various models.
The vibe.
Yeah.
Vibe check.
Yeah. Those are all the models I know. Ooh, there's going to be a car off at turn 3. Oh, he saved it. It was the overnight car.
There we go.
Way out wide at turn number 3.
Great catch there by Zach.
It's like that car doesn't have any rear brakes, and it is just front braking. That car has been looking like a handful for about half an hour plus now.
It's entirely possible.
Because they were in the pits. It would be easy to blame it on the driver, but they were in the pits for a good 12 minutes working on that car. So you'd have to, unless they nosed it in somewhere as a result of this, you'd have to believe there's something going on with that car.
Did we also mention at some point that we lost a Renegade car?
Did we? That completely was lost.
Yeah, so it would have been about the time I went to go grab food, I think.
It was in the top 5 at one point.
It was. That's why I just mentioned it. I was scrolling down to look for cars in the pits, and that one caught my eye as, I haven't seen it very much on track today at all. But I knew it was up in the top 5 or so in timing, and now is nowhere to be found.
Right.
Let's play a fun game called How Far Up the Order Can the 997 Go? Also, the 997 is in the pits, and why?
It might be time for pit.
Just left the pits?
23 laps? That might be a stint for them.
Where'd it go?
I don't know that I see it.
Oh, it's live.
Oh, there it is.
On board?
You say it. So it's there. It's out there. The rear view camera's upside down, but that's okay.
Oh, no.
There we go. And it's going to come back because they can get a launch with that rear engine power. No, not quite.
How many hours did you spend on the PCC 2006-2007 mod?
Honestly, I don't think I spent that much.
It was a lot for me.
I like
the Flat 6 mod came out. That was mentioned.
I liked a lot of stuff that MD Racers put out. I don't know that I cared that much about that.
No, the PCC was GSMF.
You sure about that?
The German sim mod. Yeah, for sure. Because MD Racers first release. Oh, you mean Flat 6?
Yeah.
Yeah, Flat 6 was MD Racers. Sorry, I thought you meant PCC.
No.
What percentage of our viewership at the moment raced R-Factor? None in the chat.
None in the chat.
It'll be
I think there's probably more
drivers.
There's
Did you
more
race against Andrew
drivers.
Pinkerton in our factory?
No.
Oh.
More drivers on track or at the track have raced iRacing than viewers of the stream. I would bet that.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's probably not close.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, yes. R factor is there's a couple things at play there. There's an age thing at play.
Right.
There's an interest level, a sustained interest level.
Yeah.
Right. There is a
depth. Like how nerdy were you willing to get to hunt down these things versus just taking the vanilla game?
If you went to R Factor Central, R Factor as a vanilla game was pretty trash.
That's fair.
How could you possibly say that?
I mean, I played Gran Turismo for a long time without going to GT Planet.
Brendan, you mean to tell me you didn't just hot lap Toban Park?
Sardian Heights represent.
Yeah.
So
it was a garbage-based game until Liens came out.
Do you know those tracks? The original sports car GT tracks now exist for Assetto Corsa.
Of course, I do.
I believe that.
Sardian Heights, Chatham.
It has been really interesting to watch.
North Point.
The
third one.
That Targa Florio mod is getting more attention now, and it's really interesting because there's a lot of traffic mods for Assetto Corsa now.
Yes. I haven't used them because it doesn't interest me, but.
No, there's some really interesting stuff in terms of like the spirit of the old Targa Florio when it was just open public roads for no obvious reason.
Look at the bus.
Yeah.
So I'll peel the curtain back here a little bit. Joseph and I our friendship goes back a long way into the sim racing history books. Yes, we actually had this discussion the other night when Scott went to my parents' house to meet us for Memorial Day weekend dinner because he was staying with us for the bike races, and we were chatting about some of the old, R Factor days and the GTP days in particular, and just how far back that all went. It was 2005.
Wow.
2005. Yeah. It goes back that far, but Joseph and I went through various phases where we did a lot of endurance racing, we did very little endurance racing, we did some weekly leagues, and we had this very odd block of time where we would just hot lap the Targa Florio in whatever mod we could find. Oh, the 197's off again. 2 wheels in the dirt. Same corner. Zach, what a star. It's just going in way too deep there into turn 3.
Consistently. I would submit, after about the 8th time of it, just wheel it back just a skosh.
Yeah, pick a different braking marker.
Yeah.
Oh, lock up again. This car, I think it's either working around an issue or a driver that just isn't confident on the brakes.
No, you cannot, unless they are, not even, it doesn't even make sense. I was going to say, unless they're slamming on the brake, that should be fine.
Well, so the other part of that is now that there's a flat spot in that car, like in that corner of the car, it's going to do it every time the tire unloads.
Well, but this happened earlier also.
Sure. No, I'm not saying it's not being caused by something else, but now that it's happened, now it's just more likely to keep happening.
I don't think flat spotting is as big of a deal on a 200 tread wear tire as it is on a sticky racing tire. It doesn't happen as quickly.
I certainly believe it's less impactful to overall pace, but you can still end up with a flat spot,
right?
Which creates its own, issues.
I managed a flat spot a tire on my road car once.
Did you really?
Yeah. How? Not badly, but it was just just enough that I was that I could feel it.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
I wasn't like, oh man, I'm straight to the cords. It wasn't that.
I did like how Joseph wanted to low-key attempt to drive quickly when I had that Mini Cooper, and he was full throttle banging onto on-ramps.
Honestly, that's it. No, I really love that on-ramp.
Do you really?
Yeah, it's unironically, it's one of my favorite on-ramps.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So what do you do for fun? ever just take an on-ramp?
No, it's a really good on-ramp because it's a T-junction onto the on-ramp, but then it's immediately a jink to the left.
Yep. It was a cool on-ramp there.
It's a great on-ramp.
So Joseph, I don't think I told you.
Oh, no.
On the way back to your house for the last time that I was going to go to the airport the next morning, I think I clicked past 3,000 miles or whatever, and it gave more power.
Interesting. Oh, like a break-in.
A break-in thing. Yeah. It was giving way more boost on the way back. In a Mini, yeah, in a Mini Cooper S. Because I remember Joseph driving it and being like, this isn't that good. And I was like, yeah, I know, I'm a little disappointed. But then on the way back from the track that night, I like went to floor it to like pull out of the track, and I was like, oh, that is more torque than I had before.
That's really... I love the idea of a rental car that surprises the renter.
I mean, yeah, that's probably good for safety. I also love the idea of a rental car that has a livery on it.
Yeah.
I couldn't turn that down. Do you
John
think...
Player Special?
No, it was like a 25 years in America, like, stripey thing.
I mean, as a rental car, that's fine. I would never in my life own...
Oh, yeah,
that
absolutely not. Absolutely not. No question.
Like,
I
to
would
the
want
point-
all those stickers on there.
To the point where I was kind of like, what do my neighbors think of this guy? Do they think I bought this car?
I parked on the street, not
No,
like
I
in
know.
your driveway.
Quickly, gentlemen, I think the 111's fallen off the lead lap.
It has. You're exactly right. Yeah, it's gradually lost pace, and they're at risk here a bit.
Exposed.
Has this happened on track? It must have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
They are due to pit though, and we're inside 4 hours to go. So you would expect this to be the Laura Hayes window, basically.
the Laura Hayes happy hour.
Yeah. So the question mark will be the equivalent or the according change in pace in the 99 and the 34 when they make their inevitable driver changes.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 34 definitely still has pace. It's been a fast enough car. Let's think about pit stops. Let's get into that phase because we're inside. Nah, we're not back timing. It's not a thing. Anything that has safety cars that completely change the flow of the race does not have back timing as an option. So the 34 is halfway through their stop. They'll pit on or about lap 283. They're on 267 now, so expect them in about 35 minutes or so. The Thunder Bunny car, they're due in now, as we were just talking about. The 99 for GTR is due in an 11 lap, so they'll be in a little sooner than, that'll be, I think that's lap 280. So they'll be in sooner than the 34, but not by much. I do still think that there's a possibility here that could become relevant. The 99 might owe us a splash toward the end, and the 34 wouldn't.
Car stopped at the end of the pavement inside of turn 6. It's the 979. It's reporting spinning continue, and then the car stopped.
That'll be the Black Forest car, of course.
It's a very should have clarified that. It's at a very interesting spot and a very interesting angle. Almost like it got down to that part of the apron, saw a cut in the wall, and then realized it couldn't actually make that turn. Like there's nothing back there to turn onto.
Yeah.
I am not convinced this isn't going to result in a safety car for us here.
Where is this car at the moment?
Look to the end of the pavement.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Just up against or pointed towards the end of the wall. Now it's restarted, and it's pulling forward, makes a hard right-hand turn. You remain green, certainly for the time being, and, put the reverse lights on, and it's just going to back up to the access road here. That's very interesting. I saw the white lights come on. I'm like, why does that car have white lights at the rear? You legit put it in reverse.
111 has used up their joker for the day.
Uh-oh.
That's not...
Speeding on pit lane. 45 miles an hour.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. It seems like they're using it as a joker. But who would do that? What kind of competitive person would? So that removes their margin for error for the remaining what should be probably 3 stops. I think they're going to be I think they're going to need a splash at the end if they don't get a little bit of a reprieve from a safety car.
2 stops and a splash.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah, the third stop would be a splash.
Yeah,
exactly.
Gotcha. And of course, being the first car to stop, everybody else's splash is going to be quicker than theirs, require less fuel. right?
Yeah, 267 for them. Hitman will pit on 283, I think we said. So Hitman will
Ooh,
probably
that's
be
close.
good. Yeah. Hitman will probably be in after the 3... Ooh? Yeah, no, just a little bit before the 3-hour mark. So yeah, they... Don't know how I feel about that.
Ooh, the All-Star cars had to back out.
And I think the 99 will absolutely owe us at least a splash if we don't get safety car intervention. So keep that in mind as well.
The 90... Sorry, you think the 99 is going to owe a splash?
Yeah, 100%, because it goes less on a tank than the 34 does.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. So... we'll see what happens with this Hitman car. It certainly seems like it has...
Would you describe it as being in the catbird seat?
Yeah, a lot going for it at the moment. I, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, not today, just long term, I always try to segment the end of these races, or break down the end of these races into who holds what cards, right? It could be a pace advantage, could be faster pit stops, could be going longer on fuel, pitting later, it could be more consistent lap times. I mean, there's any number of things that can contribute positively to your race result. And it seems to me at the moment that the 111 is holding fewer and fewer of them. The 99 now maybe holds one less, and the 34 is just kind of sitting there with a more full hand of cards. Like, okay, well, we're pretty fast. We've got pretty good pit stops. We're, pitting later than everybody else is going to have to pit. Might be able to save a splash at the end. That's a lot of things to have going your way. Breaking down the end of a 3-car fight.
I want to make the point really quickly. We did have resolution on the issue between the 99 and the 28. Race Control, it appears, has deemed that there was contact, but not enough to raise it to the level of a lap penalty.
So this was the team reported contact.
It was, and I was pretty sure that was going to be a slam dunk. That has not gone the way that I expected it to go, but it does mean that this is more of a straight fight.
Yeah.
The number 100 has stopped. As he scrambles to see who the number 100 is. Is there a number 100 in the field? Does not appear to be. Oh, it's the L2, excuse me. It is the third place GTU entry. Gap holding at 40 seconds between the two Stratus cars at the head of that. They are working lap 263. GP3 is still leading GP2.
Sorry, the PA feed audio computer has been kicked off the network for some reason.
Good.
Good.
Your lease is
that's
expired.
Great. Renew lease.
Yeah. You've got a new lease on the internet.
Interesting.
Can I help you?
Just Daytona things.
Okay.
No, that list is much more long, much more interesting.
You know what it might be time for?
Nap.
No!
No, I'm not napping tonight. I say that. I'm gonna crash. I think it's a good time to go say hi to all of our friends at Hagerty, Burr, Sentinel, etc. Via some ads, and rejoin you on the other side of this short commercial break from Daytona International Speedway, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty's 14 Hours of Daytona. We'll be back in a moment.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
we're really kind of at the apex here?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at Daytona International Speedway, Brendan Kazmarek sits high above start-finish at the World Center of Racing, joined by Joseph Mudrock, who I have been informed is making water.
Yep.
I don't know how that's possible.
It was coming out of the fridge, and Zach told me he thought that it sounded like something else, and I needed to clarify that it was not that.
That you were making it, like just smashing molecules together.
Yeah, it's called hydrogen fuel cell technology, and the new Toyota Mirai.
They just pour it out of some guy's fridge in Ohio.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that, but it all directly goes to
no,
my fridge.
A lot of people don't know that. That's very true.
It's a little infrequently known fact that all hydrogen fuel cell vehicle output goes directly to my fridge.
Yeah, no wonder it's not successful. They see Ohio and they're like, nah, I don't think so.
Thank you to both of the people that are still driving the Toyota hydrogen fuel cell vehicle. This water will be delicious.
Are you just drinking hydrogen fuel cell like wastewater?
Oh yeah, directly. So straight out the tap.
I'm good. Sorry, what? What if I walked into?
Joseph was making water.
Gotcha.
We're a little punchy, dear viewer/listener. Having a good time, but we've been at this now for, 10 hours and 45 minutes?
I need salt really bad.
How are they still under safety car?
Because that's the rules.
Do they wait for everybody to pit and then do the wave around?
GP1 leader is in the pits. This is your Moorhead Speedworks, number 147. Currently a 3-lap lead over the 44 from PC Racing. Very quietly, just kind of stamped its authority on the race.
Zach is concerned about the weather moving on.
I was the one that was kind of sounding the alarm on this. I just want to be clear that it has sped up. So I just, would like some.
Let's see what the app says. Yeah, it's pushed it out to 8:30, but it does look worse. I mean, it's possible we get rain, but no lightning.
Okay. Hypothetical time.
Can we start calling GP1 cheaper car?
Cheaper car?
It's just. Are we going to show this incident again, or is that the same incident?
I think they're showing it because it's the reason
that we're still under yellow. Okay, yeah. Sounds good.
I have a 33% chance of precipitation during the 9 p.m. hour.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't look. I'm not like. I don't care either way whether we get rain or not. I would prefer not, obviously, for a variety of reasons. Particularly that I haven't waterproofed the cables with yield duct tape.
I don't know. I love Daytona in the night at rain. I know there are good
Daytona
reasons.
in the night at rain.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all I've been rolling the dice on that and haven't been bit yet. So I always make sure that the battery is facing down
Sure.
so that the
That's
water doesn't
the move.
collect in the
Yep.
socket, and I
Yep.
haven't had any issues yet.
So
And it has rained a couple times.
the issue is the phone end for me.
So that, I mean,
Yeah.
in theory, the phone's at 100%. So even if the cable shorts, we've only got 3 hours to go. They'll stay up.
No, that's very true. That's very true. I just don't want to have to deal with it later.
Right.
I dropped the lightning end of a charging cable in the wet grass, like the dewy grass this morning, and it gave me the warning. Looks like
Surely,
my
you,
guy
just
was
real
there
quick,
for a
wipe it
second.
on your pants and it'll
It
go
did.
away.
It
Oh,
did.
okay. Do we need to get canned air? That's what we should have. We should get canned air so we can blow the slots out.
That's not a bad idea.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Thank you, everybody. I'm done here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been great. Live WRL.
Are you really?
No, what?
No, I don't know.
I've done my job, you know. How many battery packs do you think it would take to get a heat gun to work?
You have a heat gun. Oh, wait, like a temperature sensing gun?
No, like I want to shrink wrap this rubber around an exposed cable heat gun. Like an actual gun that generates heat.
Yeah, I don't know.
Probably a lot.
The 147's pit stop here, bearing in mind that there is still a lot of margin for them to play with. 7 minutes and 50 seconds was the pit lap. So that'll be something like 5 minutes spent in the pit lane. Now, I wouldn't be shocked if they've done just a general once over of the car. Excuse me. Make sure everything is functioning as it ought to. But I didn't really see the hood up. Just the trunk, which I think is where they normally fuel.
Hey, Brendan.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite Angolan racing driver?
Is it Rui Andrade?
That's it.
I think that's the right answer there.
Yeah. Who's your favorite Mauritian German driver?
And he's here tonight. That is, I mean, a nonsense category on Wikipedia. Zach informs us that the car stopped to driver's right here, or driver's left is the 45 Chandler School car.
Kyle
So-
Petty, no.
It is in a place that they could potentially pull it backwards along that backstretch wall. It's not made it quite far enough to go forwards, and you wouldn't tow it into the bus stop runoff anyway. But it could certainly, get moved back towards, I don't know, it's probably about 100-ish yards back to the previous cut in the wall. I think we've done that a few times today. I'm so sorry I didn't zoom this camera back in. I do feel badly about it.
So speaking of runoff, I did almost get my rental car stuck at Road America.
It's
Fun
an
fact.
establishing shot now, Brendan.
That is fair. Still don't have anything to establish, but that's fair. The 44 PC racing cars in the pits from second in...
Yeah.
Zach did it for me. And just destroyed the multi-view.
I love what it does to the multi-view when you have to correct a shot. I love it so much. If he pans to the left a little bit, that'll fix it. If he pans the left and up a little bit, it'll actually the other left.
Zach, no.
Zach, bad Zach.
If anybody's wondering, trouble.
75.
I was gonna say that looks like an AOA MX-5.
It's the 75 beached, as it were. Not on the beach, obviously, on the concrete. Did you know they have a concrete beach in Chicago?
Got one here in Daytona, too. Right here. Concrete beach.
It's a concrete beach.
No, it's also a sand
terrible.
beach. They just have a big, there's a concrete pier, but there's also a sand bit.
Oh, see, my friend that I know that lives there goes to it and refers to it as the concrete beach, and
That
she
definitely
literally
sounds like a person that exists.
literally lays down on a ridged thing that goes
sounds
down into the
terrible.
lake. It does sound terrible, and she tells me that it's fantastic. So
I've walked it. It's fine. It's not
fine.
a beach. It's not. Listen. I'm sorry. If the only contact you have with water is fresh water, it's not a beach. That is a shore.
That's fine.
At
I'm
best,
alright
it's a
with that.
sandbar.
She's from California. She's been to the proper beach.
I
Of course,
didn't know-
yellow.
People differentiated between shores and beaches.
I think it has to have sand in order to be a beach. You can call it a beach if it's sand
thought they only
and
had
it's
shores in
natural
Jersey.
sand. It's natural sand.
There's proper sandy beaches in Chicago. It's not the same.
What about a strand? Where do strands fall into the equation here?
F500 team owners.
He does all the fiddly bits around the fjords. Florida Bart Fest. How? What? Okay.
Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm just... Anyway.
What?
Oh, no, the 997's into the paddock.
You don't like Douglas Adams? Is that what that was?
And it took out a cone on the way. Oh, no, the 997. Anyway, full course yellow, I assume is because we're kind of doing two things at the same time here.
Yeah.
It'll be recovering
Yeah,
the 45,
well-
but also recovering the 75.
I actually think it's probably mostly because of the positioning of the 45, if I'm honest.
Yeah, but we could have made that call a long time ago if it were, a real concern. And I get it.
We might have been waiting for the 45 to try to get...
That could be. Yeah, that could be.
Iron Dames are currently leading. I don't know if they're part of Shift Up Now.
No.
Yeah, I don't know if Michelle Katang is part of Shift Up Now, but,
51 minutes, you say? Interesting. I don't know if I believe it.
I do.
We did technically get rain in a thunderstorm the first time.
That's true.
Pace car has picked up the Junior 3 Aston, and this is great timing for both the Hitman number 34 and the GTR 99. The 99 is going to jump Hitman.
Is the 111 going to get pinned a lap down now? Like
Quick pit work.
Firmly pinned?
It already was pinned. Actually, no. It's just put itself back onto the lead lap, but only just.
Okay.
It is... where's the safety car?
Yeah, I was going to say, the question is whether or not they've been able to get around the safety car. They're
No,
coming out of
they
the...
didn't. They didn't.
Okay.
They're going to end up like 10th in line or so. The GTR car is going to end up like 15th to 18th, somewhere in that range.
If I'm in the 111 camp, I maybe am not super opposed to just pitting now.
No, it's too late. It's too late because the 99 is already now joining the back of that queue.
Well, it doesn't matter.
No, because this is your opportunity to stay on the lead lap.
Yeah.
Right. This yellow and another
exactly.
quick one, passing that up, especially knowing that the 99 and the 34 aren't going to pit for another 30
Yeah,
laps.
but you're also killing your flexibility with strategy.
I don't think they
later
had any
on.
to begin with.
Yeah, I think I agree with Brendan here.
Also, let's not put out the possibility that the conditions here could change. I think you just run the stints as long as you can. You do whatever it takes to get yourself back onto the lead lap, and you just let the rest kind of fall where it's going to fall.
I think you have to play it, at least the way that I would play it, is, to consider how caution happy the officials have been, which is not very.
Agreed?
Well, we're going to get rain and thunder.
I don't think you intentionally, and now knowing that you are technically on the lead lap, I don't think you take that chance.
Yeah,
I think you just run this stint as long as you can and keep your fingers crossed for a yellow. And look, they're going to have arguably closer to clean air than the 99 and the 34 will. There's a chance that they've also just done driver changes. So my move would be to stay out, understand what the other information that surrounds you is, the other circumstances that are likely to play out between now and the end of the race, other drivers, pace, all of that, and see what happens. I will say also, and I don't think it's going to save the 111 at Splash, but a little yellow isn't going to hurt.
Yeah, so assuming that they can do 31 laps, maybe stretch to 32, although I wouldn't want to be the person to push that. with the championship leading car. If they can do 31 laps on a tank, and a lap is 2 minutes and let's call it just a hair under 2.1 laps, right? So 30 times 2.1, that's 63 minutes, something like that. Maybe 65. Can they? Maybe they can make it to 65 or 70 minutes.
I mean, let's call it an even 65, an odd 65 even. It's not. I don't think it's going to get them there, but like I said, a couple of extra laps here run under yellow while we're recovering 2 different cars. Well, that's basically done. I don't think it's gonna hurt them. I think we'll probably get this lap and one more before we go back to green. Oh, that car's still running at full pace to try and catch the queue. Oh, it has pitted. It's pitted anyway. Ha! Ah, man, that is not how I would have played that. That is not how I would have played that.
Is this the 111?
It is a 111.
Okay. Now we'll need to keep an eye on. I'm going to pull up a lightning map just because we know that there's weather moving in, or at least that it's in the area. There is a bit of lightning strike. Now I think we're going to be able to see things before they're within the radius. Is going to be part of the key to this. There's a little bit
it's ugly on the map.
Yes, it is. But it's the question is the direction that things go. If we might shoot this little gap, there's a big old. Well,
we might shoot the gap, but is the 8-mile radius going to shoot the gap?
It might. But we'll need to be lucky for sure. I mean, there's a huge storm going over Pomona Park right now. Now I know we all know where Pomona Park is. It's about what that
just
looks
outside
like.
of L.A.
It looks like it's probably about 50 miles directly northwest of the Speedway of Daytona Beach. There is a little bit of weather west-southwest of us also, although that now is starting to blow up too. So, yeah, I think that's basically the move. Oh, this is really blown up in a big way. So okay, I think we're racing for the lightning in terms of this stint. I don't think it's going to be the end of the race by any means, but I think we're probably maybe 20 minutes at most from a lightning stoppage here.
Okay, from stoppage time.
Well, I suppose in a literal sense, yes.
Can we pitch RJ on the idea of the chief steward arbitrarily adding between 1 and 6 minutes to the end of a WRL race?
You haven't been watching Formula E, have you?
No, I have not. Is that a thing which is occurring?
Yes, there is added time.
The FIA need to be stopped.
It's actually not a terrible concept. The way that they do it is not horrendous. Pace car is in, and we're gonna
go green here. We're gonna see the Choice Racing 511 lead the field all the way through the tri-oval here. Aston Martin's going to take a look around the inside. They're going to stay right behind, though, a little far back for that. Coming down into turn 2, everybody keeping it nice and clean. We got 2 wide there, a little further back. Not a little close, going to sneak. Just stay right on the outside of the Mustang there. All's well going into turn 2 and turn 3. Here is the International Horseshoe. Still see the same cars rolling through. Still pretty safe. That Thunderhead out from the distance looking awful mean. Got a little bit of 2 wide action here, a little bit of class-on-class scrappage. There's the Thunder Bunny car.
It's caught up, at least.
Indeed. Now, the International West Horseshoe.
Nope. The Ryan West Horseshoe.
The Ryan West Horseshoe. I like that, too. I'll take it. Everybody keeping things nice and clean here.
Oh, this weather's coming. We are not racing to the rain. We're racing to lightning here.
Coming up, so you better get this party started. Up onto the NASCAR banking.
My wife is
heading down towards. Heading down towards the bus stop, Le Mans chicane.
The pride of Doylestown, Pennsylvania.
I'm sorry, your wife is what?
My wife is going to see a Pink concert in Pittsburgh. in
Nice.
August. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yep. And my wife's not the pride of Doylestown, but Pink is.
Pink is. Okay, gotcha. Got it.
Just to
All right.
clarify. Various prides of Pennsylvania.
Indeed. There's a lot of those. The
Yeah,
garage doors
they're
have
called
fallen.
Lions clubs.
A lot of those.
Jose Maria
I just wish
Lopez
a Rotary
out.
Club were. Anyway.
For fans of RX-7s, RX-8s, and the 787 Bay.
Oh, we got the lights flashing. Now you know it's a real endurance race because lights are being furiously flashed. And the Aston Martin's going to get around the 511 here.
Okay, so the lights
And
that
that's
are
the
being
NFC car.
the lights that are being furiously flashed are being flashed by a car that is running in 16th position. I'd just like to make that point really quickly.
Just like to make the point that is not normal.
Oh, gone wide.
Is that the 111?
No, that's red.
No.
That's
170, perhaps.
Yes, I'm
chance.
loving it.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I'm anxious for this weather, I'm going to be honest.
Why are you anxious? You're not there.
Because I care about the race.
Okay,
I am
all right.
invested.
I mean,
It's going to add a layer.
it is.
Yeah, I want to see how it plays out.
I mean, this race last year, it was, 2 hours of running at the end? 2.5 hours
Yeah.
of wet running at the end? It delivered in the best possible way with a car coming back from well over a lap down to take the race lead. I don't know that we have any pro ringers, like a Cameron Lawrence, that might be in that kind of position.
Who made his
this
Pilot
evening.
Challenge debut a week ago.
Really?
Uh-huh.
He's never raced Pilot Challenge before?
Apparently not. I was
That
shocked
is-
by this too.
Bonkers.
Yeah.
Huh. I can't believe that.
I know. I'm happy to find evidence of the contrary, but apparently not.
Yeah, that is something.
Wow.
One of the events. Anyway.
Each safety car takes literally 1 hour. I just can't. Anyway.
Okay, then don't watch it because we have a race that we're supposed to be covering.
That's true. That is very true.
Tim says Cameron raced SD for a long time.
I believe that. May have made his GTS debut or whatever they call it now.
I wonder if they considered a different class now that it's under the IMSA banner, or like a different.
Because it's GT4 and TCR and not GS and ST.
It is
It's
actually
GS,
still
right?
GS and ST,
but it's not. No, it's TCR, isn't it?
Oh, no, yeah, it is TCR. Yeah, you're right.
I wonder if you're just looking up like TCR results. I don't know. Anyway, it is.
This was not independent research. This was like an NBC article, like an NBC Sports article.
Well,
So-
NBC
I
Sports
could
wasn't
be
covering it
wrong.
at the time.
Yeah.
Speed was. In the first time in NBC Sports history.
Yeah, for the first time in Vegas Golden Knights history.
Do you think we can get on Speed Sport 1?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I do
if
too.
Speed Sport 1 can get on Speed Sport 1
I
first.
think we can absolutely do that. I think we could be on CBS News as well, or CBS Sports News, or whatever they call it.
It's
So-
CBS Sports Network.
yeah, whatever. See, there you go. I went with whatever.
The new network is called Yeah Whatever.
Tim promises that you are wrong, Joseph.
I'm reading the article. I know that he was in.
But how can you trust a man who said he would show up and wear the camo shorts and didn't do either of them?
He said he was going to come run too.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
Peter.
He said he was going to be here, I'm going to get a seat, and then I'm going to wear the camo shorts. But he didn't do any of those things.
Again, I didn't come up with this research. I see that he did Conti Tire,
Yeah.
but I don't know if those records carry over to Pilot Challenge.
They must.
I
It's the same thing.
It's like running the Coke Zero 600, winning it back in 1984.
No, Tim. Not the WRL announcers thought it was. NBC Sports thought it was. Joseph is literally just re-reporting an article from a major publication. We're not wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong. Tim.
I'm going to stop you there. That's not news.
That's not news.
The fit rolls.
I love arguing with Tim Myers, and I love doing it even more when we can do it live and he has to type it out furiously.
Is this happening in the
Tap,
chat?
tap, 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 tap. No, he's sending me text messages.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, that's not even showing up.
Tap, 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 tap.
Hold on, let me search for Cameron Lawrence Pilot Challenge debut, and then the lightning's going to strike, and then we never have to talk about this again.
You are literally going to bring the end of the race upon us.
It better not be the end of the race. It'll be the end of this stint for sure.
It's Cam's first full season, is what I'm being told.
Ah, okay.
Zach, do you have Jordan Worth's phone number? Ugh.
You might say he's worthless. Anyway.
There's a YouTube video supercut that is just Alan Bestwick laughs. It's very good.
I found an incredible Instagram account last night that I'm going to share with you guys.
I'm very excited.
I'm excited.
You may already know about it, but
Race Director Radio.
Pilot Challenge debut with Irish mics and a Hyundai years ago, and I know this because my crew guys are rating me very fast. Co-driver. Cool. Okay, so that settles that.
You know what it
Cameron,
was.
don't hate us. We like you very much.
Hold
Just,
on.
you know.
No, I misread the. Okay, I misread the title.
Okay,
I
here
misread
we
the
go.
title of the article.
Yeah, all right.
Lawrence
Seems
secures
like we've
pole.
lost Joseph there.
It says Lawrence secures pole for Michelin Pilot Challenge debut in Detroit.
I think it's Michelin Pilot Challenge's debut at the new Detroit circuit.
The
As
eighth
opposed to
time reading it, yes, I agree.
At Belle Isle, yeah. As opposed to at Belle Isle, yeah.
I don't think that's an unreasonable read of that headline.
I mean, if you knew Cameron Lawrence's history, you would know that it was unreasonable.
I mean, I don't know if people go through have to go through GS to do.
Name. Put respect on the name of Cameron Lawrence.
He's won Daytona in a GT3. Maybe he doesn't need to do GS.
Ooh, spicy take there.
I'm just saying, not everybody has to go through the same path. That's why we keep telling people to do WRL, because it's not the same path to everything else.
I thought you were just generally throwing shade at GT3 drivers that do GS.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. I was like, whoa. All right. Well.
I mean,
Ryan is
how do
correct twice over according to Tim.
Pato Award's path to IndyCar included Super Formula and LMPC.
What's going on with Pato these days?
Just wrecking.
I mean, is he like in his head? Like, is he Mexican Charles Leclerc?
It's him and Lewis Hamilton holding hands, joined together at the hip of underperforming in a McLaren that isn't quite there, but has the potential, but is being let down.
Lewis didn't underperform. That's not fair.
Yes, he did. The year that he broke up with Nicole, he let Felipe Massa get completely into his head in 2009.
Imagine letting Felipe Massa get into your head.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. And then
in 2009?
2009 or 10?
2008.
No, in
Alonso
8 he won the
won in
championship.
10.
Nobody was beating the bronze in 09.
Only because Massa lost the championship. He lost it on the last corner. Massa had the championship in hand.
Is that Glock?
But,
but
Lewis had it in hand, but the car broke down earlier in the season.
Sure, but that was the Alonso year as well. So it wasn't like he was just underperforming because of Massa. There was that whole feud with Alonso.
That was 07.
That was
07, he was a rookie.
That was 08. His rookie year was fine.
07. No, in 07 was the one with Alonso. In 08, he had your boy Heikki Kovalainen in the other seat.
Yeah, no, you're right. I forgot about Heikki. Can we get Heikki in the World Racing League?
Probably.
He's not doing Super GT anymore, so...
Yeah, let's get him here. Get him in the Mother Chassis
86.
Apex V2R, yeah.
Yeah, in the Mach 5.
Yeah. Oh, Hitman, personal best, 2-minute .7.
Because I know the weather's coming.
Yeah. That is within 0.4 of the fastest lap anybody's done all day. 0.2 is the margin for the lead. So let's stop talking about Heikki Kovalainen and focus on the race. Oh, the lead's already changed hands. Into turn number 1, somewhere between the start-finish line and turn 3, Hitman has turned a 0.2 of a second margin into probably about 10 car lengths. Headed down into turn 5. So I had sort of suggested that the pit stops that we had under the most recent safety car period were gonna shake things up a little bit because we were changing drivers and doing a number of other things. And I think that's what we're seeing here. That Hitman car has, like, it's flipped a switch. Not that the pace was definitely there all along, but...
Has it flipped a switch or has it changed drivers?
Well, that's what I mean, but it was... Go ahead.
Well, it's not really that much faster. It's actually just really fast. If you look at the lap times, since about lap 213, that car has been on a tear.
Yeah, but it was 202s. A tear was 202s and high ones. This is... Oh, double yellow. Ah, blue light. Ah, there it is.
We got blue lighted.
Dang. That lead pass happened about a minute before we got hit for lightning.
Yeah.
If this changes whether or not we get to the end of the race, right? There's a long way between now and then.
I guess it could. Yeah,
but these are
it's
big
impossible.
storms.
Yeah.
If something were to happen, that is a lead change inside of the last half a lap.
I don't see any lightning.
I'm not saying that it is. I'm just like, we are clearly approaching the closing stanzas of the race. These things are a little bit unpredictable. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah.
That could be a very important pass.
Yeah, I mean, we had been saying for some time that we were racing to the lightning, and here we are.
All right, well, we can throw to Zach to do the highlight reel. We can run down the past, 12 hours or so.
He's already got the VOD set up from 2022.
So hour
Pick
one,
up where we left off.
We can see hour one right here. This great pass for the lead, and then in hour two, oh my goodness. Yeah. Anyway,
it's Martin Haven here.
My life's goal now that I'm just working in racing is to take over the bobsled job from Martin Haven.
No chance.
Wow,
no chance.
cold shot.
You say that.
No chance.
Well, give me one good reason.
For starters, I don't know if NBC Sports will take your phone call.
It's not NBC Sports. He does the world feed.
Oh, that's right. He does the federal.
How many
International Bobsled Federation.
IBSF, International Bobsled
IMSA.
Skeleton Federation. IMSA.
Yeah,
it's IMSA. IBSF, IMSA. The irritable. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
How many people are angling to take that job? How many people
It doesn't
are
matter.
like,
Martin Haven has it sewed up. They'd be like, why would we change? We have Martin Haven.
Do you know how much younger I am than Martin Haven? I've got like 30 years on it.
Yeah, but he's going to continue to do it until he's 80, and then they're going to make what's-his-face.
I'm going to be 55.
I don't think you got a chance, man. They're going to have some...
I disagree.
20-year-old do it.
What if
I'm going to have
showed
Todd
up
Harris
to a bobsled World Cup event and I was like, listen, this seat's mine now. I'm sorry. It is.
Here's
and
what
Martin's
has to
like, oh?
No, here's what has to happen,
chance.
Brendan. Here's what has to happen, and this is why I think things are challenging for you. Is you're going to have to do a talk-off with Martin Haven. And it's going to just be who can talk the longest without running out of things to say. And I'm going to be honest, Martin Haven is going to win that every day of the week.
I have 3 years of WRL broadcasts.
Have you heard? Listen, Ryan and I are going to scoop you on that one.
Absolutely.
We have had to fill a lot
of time.
I know. We're so good at it. You think I couldn't cover an hour bobsled or skeleton run?
All I'm saying is it's a good thing that I am too lazy to make myself a reel. All right? Let's just put that out there.
I also am too lazy to make myself a reel.
Can we like pay? Can you and I like pool some money and we can pay somebody to do that?
I mean, we literally work in that kind of business. Like, there's literally no reason we can't do it.
Oh my gosh, it's so time consuming though. Like, it's one thing if you're making a reel of like you doing 30-minute clips for your local.
Imagine
college.
us trying to find things that we're doing well.
Oh my gosh.
That's the really time consuming part.
I'm gonna watch Thunder Hill
be?
2014, see if there's anything good.
No, you know what?
It'll take you a week and a half.
It'll legitimately be just us making prognostications about what's going to happen in 20 minutes, and then 20 minutes it happens. And that's it. That's the entire reel.
Prediction, outcome. Boom. Over and over. Yeah, that's great. I like it. We just have to get somebody to find it for us.
Yeah. Zach?
Zach will do anything for a Klondike bar.
A Klondike bar and an air conditioner. The name of my debut album.
So
So I
the
think
cars are
this-
going to make the long trip down pit road for at least
discussing-
the next 30 minutes.
Discussing internally here whether or not we'd like to just podcast mode the rest of this break here, or just take a break for a minute. I'm fine with either, but Joseph makes the point that we're kind of already there.
Yeah, we were there about an hour and a half ago.
That's being awfully generous.
So, we've already committed to the bit. I don't know if we could lose any more viewers at this point.
Should I query and see whether the North Loop guys want to come join us for a 15-minute podcast?
No, we don't need to welcome guests in. We just gotta,
They can get into the
grind
TeamSpeak,
this
though.
out.
They can get into TeamSpeak. They already have the info.
No, because I don't want to interview.
I want to make it really clear.
No, they won't
okay?
interview. Have you listened to them? They're pretty good. They'll shoot
chill.
They'll shoot the proverbial
stuff.
Moon, breeze,
stuff.
They'll shoot the
breeze, etc. Moon, whatever.
Ooh, safety car in this lap.
It's about time. My goodness.
Again, there's no real reason to watch this.
It has the potential to be really good because the top class is like kind
does
of
it have
close.
Does it have convective fat potential energy?
Cape.
It's
available, by the way.
What?
You said convective that potential energy.
Mm.
Like you couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah, I couldn't. I don't know what it is.
Available.
I didn't take a weather class.
I think it's available, right?
Who can we text? Should I text JTR and see what they're up to?
I didn't take a meteorology class, Brendan.
I took a whole dang minor.
Tony at JTR. I'm gonna hit him up.
C-car pass car.
I was going to
red
say,
flag.
was he C-car pass car?
Yes, him and Glenn.
That is...
Hey guys.
The enduring legacy of this broadcast.
Yeah, so at WRL.
Did he use those words?
Yes.
Yes.
That exact phrase.
In response to what?
Here.
We were talking about his strategy at VIR.
Lightning delay and wanted.
Ryan, you don't need to. You don't need to. You don't
defile
need to
yourself.
You can send it, but you don't need to read the whole thing out. So his strategy at VIR, his response to that was C-car pass car.
C-car. Yes. You honestly, you need to watch.
That's the best work. That is my highlight reel. I'm just going to send.
Was that Saturday or Sunday?
It doesn't matter.
Both.
It's all
they
the
were
same.
up there
they
both
blend
days.
together so well.
It was. They were up there both
that.
days.
Yeah, we could show. Yeah, why don't? Yeah, for
yes,
sure.
do that.
Show
yes,
it.
Yes. Zach,
show a broadcast. Show a broadcast from when Ryan and I are. Yeah, when Ryan and I are just soloing it, just winging it like two, just complete goobers. Show that. The hour conversation that I cajoled the guy from Black Forest Racing into. while Ryan was
one interesting conversation I wanted to be there for. VIR.
Zach said, "Can you spell that word you just said?" And Ryan came back with VIR. I think the word was cajoled.
Oh, okay, got it.
Huh.
Cool.
makes you think. So okay, so what does make me think actually is that we might actually get some rain on the track with this front that's coming through, and I don't know what I think about that. I obviously the sun is down, so it's going to take a little bit longer for anything that comes through to evaporate.
Guys, I have good news.
Did you save money on your insurance by switching to Hagerty?
It's even better. My mom thinks you're hilarious.
Aww.
Hi, Mom. Mom has equally less to do with her Saturday night than as we do. So, are we still live in the paddock?
I hope so.
Yeah, I think so.
Are we supposed to be? I feel like we're not supposed to be.
No, they kept us hot earlier. They just talked over us, which is a change from recent years.
Can you open the window, Brendan? Like, can you open the window in the booth?
No.
Oh, shoot.
We're not even allowed to drop the.
I was gonna see if you could crack the window and get like a call and response going.
Just yell.
Yeah. Oh.
I like that idea.
The weather's moving in.
Yeah.
The problem is this is going so slowly.
Yeah. That was kind of my initial concern.
Yes.
Like,
Although, counterpoint, most of the lightning should be on the leading edge of this, so maybe we'll be a little fortunate.
that is true. Oh man, leaving the cameras out in the rain. Oh man.
Well, you're not allowed to go out there, so you don't have a choice.
That's a good point. So it's funny. During our earlier lightning delay, I was gonna go see if I could change the camera that's down on the catch fence, but that would require me to walk through the grandstands and down like not into the cage, but down along the catch fence, and like all of those things. I think are things I'm not supposed to do during the lightning delay.
Yeah, I think
Go into
walking
the
through
large
metal bleachers is
structure.
Yeah.
This whole thing is just a giant lightning
There's
rod.
a plane. What are they doing?
What do you
Yeah,
mean,
I
what are they
said that
doing?
earlier. The
Isn't that
people
like
doing
instant
pattern work.
death or something? Isn't that what you're not supposed to do?
The
What?
people doing pattern work over there are just completely like unfazed by the impending thunderstorm. No, you push it as far as you can. You're like, yeah, we got 10 miles, plenty of time.
Do you think Daytona charges per hour of jet dryer, or per minute rather? I suppose.
I just kind of like the idea of Brendan walking the stands, but instead of like, because it's not a spectator event, instead of people, he like Rutledge Woods just lightning bolts.
Where are you
He's
from?
like, I'm hanging out with this bolt of lightning just came down from the sky.
I don't think we can afford Rutledge Wood's rate, which is unfortunate.
I mean,
I don't think we can.
collectively Rutledge Wood.
We can't afford Rutledge Woods flannels, let alone Rutledge
That's
Wood.
true. That's absolutely true. And his cool suits that he wears to the Kentucky Derby. They have like goofy patterns. Anyway, I think if I won the lottery at this point, there would be one WRL race, and I would make it like Hallett or something. And everybody that we've ever said, I wonder what their rate is, and just hire them all to come do the broadcast
Guys,
for one race.
We don't need to do all of them.
I have the best idea.
Oh, yes.
No.
I have the best idea.
Oh my gosh.
24
Stop.
hours of Hallett.
Stop. Oh,
I'm not convinced that wasn't a thing.
Oh no.
It's happening.
Here we go.
Guys, public opinion poll. What is the best/worst 24-hour circuit? Like, just pick a track that you would like to go to in the United States.
Oh,
and
in
give
the
me a
United States.
24-hour
Okay.
race. Well, North America. We can go North America.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say worst is Dubai.
Nelson Ledges.
Oh.
Nelson Ledges is gonna be a grade 2 circuit after Mid Ohio is.
I had a long conversation about Nelson Ledges the other day while in Pittsburgh. Yeah. I don't think we need to do 24 hours at Nelson Ledges.
We do
Lime Rock
need to do
Park.
24 hours at
Lime
pit
Rock
race
Park.
though.
Oh, I want that. I want desperately to have a 24-hour race at pit race. That
No.
is like it's such a good track.
It's Lime Rock. Lime Rock is the answer.
24 at the Glen would be pretty good.
They did that.
Oh my gosh,
In
Zach,
96.
yes please.
The IMSA Firehawk series.
Zach, yes please.
We can't
Please
watch
set that
that
up.
racing race.
Yes, we can.
Unless you do like the WRL
Oh,
series.
you know
for
what would be-
COVID.
You know what would be good during a great track at night would be Road America.
I've
That would
always
be
thought
scary.
that, but I don't. Yeah, I mean,
Your
that track is
depth
already
perception
so
and
narrow.
stuff on the braking zones, I don't know about that.
Well, that's what the markers are for. They give you numbers.
What about like?
I don't know about that one.
I was going to say Texas World Speedway, but that's not a thing.
Wow.
Yeah. that's
You know where
going
they should really do it is at Riverside.
Yeah. Or in Park.
Moroso.
Yeah, Palm Beach. Let's do 24 hours around Palm Beach International
They
Raceway.
did. I mean, 24 Hours Moroso was a thing.
With these cars?
No, I mean when it was Morosos, it was club racing cars, but still.
Let's see. What would be?
It's Lime Rock. It's absolutely Lime Rock. 24 hours with Lime Rock.
That's worse in terms of, like, if you're talking about.
And incorporate the
Most
Joker
sport.
lap. And incorporate the Joker lap.
No, most sport you'd lose somebody in the trees.
Yeah. I mean, Summit Point, you'd have kind of the same end result. Oh, we're getting text messages, guys. This is good.
Yes,
I see that. Yeah,
It's
Brad
working.
is taking pity on us.
It's working.
So it's funny. I was gonna say, I wonder if Buzz was just like, guys, I gotta go do something else. We've been at this for too long. Get the cup car out. We're going. And that, by all accounts, is basically what just happened.
What a life to just be like, it'd be fun if we just took the 997 out for a spin around Daytona, just for fun, just to see what would happen.
Get my keys. We're going.
Oh man.
Is the AC
I wish I'd have
running?
said it at the time. Also, how far behind is Brad in the broadcast?
Yeah, that's true. He's probably finishing up part 1 now. Let's see. Places to have a 24-hour. You know what would be interesting? Utah Motorsports Park, or whatever it's called now.
I mean, they did that Sun Chaser. Oh, no.
Yeah,
What was it? The 9-hour thing.
Yeah,
that finished in the darkness.
at
And
night.
man, that is bleak. I would do it in, like, these cars. I would do it in something like this, but the idea of, like, a major 24-hour race happening there.
I wouldn't do it every year, but I do think I just saw a flash.
Yeah, well, I mean...
I know. We're already
starts the clock. So
we're already
7.
It doesn't matter. The front hasn't even hit us yet, so I'm not worried about hurting anybody's feelings.
We
with
already,
that.
Tim. We already do that. Well, we don't, but the VIR 24 is already a thing.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
Oh, is
Other
that
series are available?
the lower cost of entry series?
Yes, and all the things that come with it. I would like cars like this to do like a. I don't know about 24 at VIR. That might be.
I know it would never happen with Scramp, but I would love to see a Laguna Seca 24.
Would you?
I genuinely would.
Listen,
I think the corkscrew at night would be incredible.
I don't like Laguna that much. I don't get it.
No, I don't either. It's not amazing, but I think seeing it in a different light would be great.
That race was better when it went into the dark. When they
Yeah,
had it was
I
the
agree.
6 hours of Laguna.
Agreed.
It's great.
But
That's
for
a great
24,
event.
like lapping that.
24 is a
track
long
forever.
time. That's a long
Rough.
time. Yeah. Sonoma would be decent.
Do it.
Road
No,
Atlanta.
do it on the Vegas Strip.
No.
Who cares?
No.
Nobody wants to go to sleep then anyway.
We don't talk about Las Vegas.
Las Vegas Motor Speedway infield.
We don't talk about Las Vegas. Here.
Ooh, now there you go.
They'll have
Rovals. 24 hours of Rovals.
A 24-hour
Roval club racing series.
a Roval 24-hour series would be the most insanely horrible thing.
Yes. And that's why we should do it.
Of all of the iRacing League ideas that we've had, that is my favorite one.
How about the Phoenix? Does the Phoenix infield still exist, or did they kill it?
No, not anymore.
Shoot.
Because they had it did up until they changed the layout.
So like 2010.
No. More
even
recently
after that.
Dude, let's call that. Guys, can we please call Week 13 Street Stocks at Charlotte Roval?
We're not doing that.
Charlotte Oval.
Oh, it's not the Roval? Oh, I thought it was Roval discussion. Okay,
No.
never mind. If it was at the Roval, I'd be in.
24 hours of Charlotte Roval.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
We could watch the 2022 race without the sound on, and then we could just kind of
keep doing what we're doing.
3000.
Yeah, exactly. We just heckle ourselves from the past.
Can we turn the 2022 VIR VIR on with the sound really low, so we can like hear me and Joseph say silly things, and then Brendan can be like, "What?
What's the roughest broadcast we've done that we could just like MST 3000 ourselves from the past?"
Probably
the first ones.
What was the first one that we did this season, Joseph? Where it was just me and you?
I don't even know.
No, Road Atlanta.
No, it was before. It was before that. Then there was one before that.
Was it NOLA?
I did NOLA.
No,
that was it.
There was one we did after VIR, but like before this season, where it was just me and Joseph, and it was rough. And I remember I felt like garbage during the whole event.
Was it? It wasn't. Oh no. These
Where else
are.
did you go? We did VIR. We didn't do Ozarks.
It wasn't Road at. Was it Mid Ohio?
Must have been Mid Ohio.
It says Barber, which is not the most encouraging thing to say.
Right.
It must have been Barber.
2 races. No, I went to Barber.
That
was a 2-week trip. I went to Buttonwillow.
Ew.
And then Barber.
Buttonwillow shows up in the Hagerty ad, doesn't it?
Ooh, does it?
I think it does.
No, it's Thunderhill.
No, I think they both do. One of the shots there is definitely not at Thunderhill.
24 hours at Barber. I think I'd be.
Ew.
Oh, you know what though? You know what?
How many hot pulls are you going to do for 24 hours of barber?
800 code 35.
Exactly. That can't be good. That's
No,
what
better
we're
than
watching
800
right
safety
now.
cars.
An
That's what we're
American
watching right now.
motorcycle
Literally right
endurance
now.
series would be amazing at Barber.
So you know that was you remember the old Moto
I have
ST
Scotty
series?
Elkins at home.
Scott Elkins not here?
No, he is.
No, he's just at home at the track.
The old Moto
Exactly.
ST. Oh, I've got it. So Moto ST was a Daytona Motorsports Group run motorcycle endurance series. Ran like 3 classes of motorcycles at wherever they could get time, and they would do like 2, 3, up to 8-hour motorcycle races. They did a 3-hour motorcycle enduro at the Iowa Roval.
This is 100% Scotty's like wheelhouse. You should have him up here for that discussion.
Patch him
He's
in.
totally
Get him the
into
team speak info.
Club racing motorcycles.
Oh, well,
endurance.
I mean,
That's like his whole shtick.
If we were looking for extra work, I mean,
I mean, yeah. I mean, I have his card somewhere.
Was
Did
that
he give
Porsche
you a
in the
card,
garage?
Joseph?
Which Porsche was that?
The 5 or
No.
yeah, the 5.
Trouble.
But
Yes.
just leave the 6 basically.
Yeah, the 75's already out, right?
Yeah.
Abandonné. Abandon.
I'm surprised the
Avignon?
3 is as high as it is, frankly.
When did they change? When did they change the rules so that you can be like moved out of a gravel trap and that's not the end of your race?
I feel like it was longer ago than I think, because in my head it was like 2012.
I think they
But I think it was
changed
before
that
that.
the same time they changed it for F1, because they used to do that for F1 too.
I think they
Or was
still do it for
optional, at
F1.
least. They're not supposed to anymore.
No, I think in F1, if you're beached, you're out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now you're out.
Out-
You
and the
didn't used
outside
to be, but
assistance.
now you are.
Yeah. No, here you can be moved to a place of safety. And I want to say it was like 2011 or 12, but
There is a part of me that is like
that.
there is a part of me that is like, well, if you get craned out of a gravel trap at Le Mans, I feel like you should still just be out.
No.
I don't know.
No, because look, I mean, when the track was different, maybe, but like now you have mammoth gravel traps, right? Where you used to be
Yeah,
able to
but you would have
bounce.
just hit the wall then
No,
anyway.
So look, 2004, Alan McNish goes off at the Porsche curves in the Velox Audi, right? And with a smaller runoff, the car goes off, it slides into the tires, but there's an access road, like a gravel access road, compacted gravel access road in front of the tires, and he's able to get the car out of the tires and return to the pits. If that car had slid off into the gravel in the same way that it did with the mammoth gravel trap that's there now and just come to a halt and gotten beached, instead of being able to get the car home and repaired because it hit a tire wall, arguably it's done less damage to it has done less damage to the car by stopping in the gravel trap. You're going to say that car's out?
Yes, because
That's
part
a
of
bad
racing is staying on the
Nah,
track.
that's a bad move. I disagree.
Stay on the track.
I agree with the no outside assistance. I agree with if you can't get it home on your own, you're done. But
Well,
if you are going to install these enormous gravel traps and change, you are increasing the chances
Look at
that
that
cars are going to
diffuser.
get beached. It's a bad
Look at that
move.
diffuser on the Porsche.
Yeah, but you know where the gravel traps are.
No, I'm not saying it's.
It's not like it's a surprise. Like, oh no, I spun off and now there's gravel.
No, I understand that. But you have to leave some margin for recovery there.
No, the gravel exists to not kill people. That's what gravel traps are there for.
No, I understand that, but if we were going to say we're going to the nth degree to make sure people aren't seriously injured at a racing track, why should that take people out of contention, properly out of contention, or knock them out of a 24-hour race? I disagree. That's a terrible. That's a bad take.
No, it's not a bad take. It's if you know where the boundaries of the circuit are, then that's where it is. That's like.
No,
that's like saying, oh well, he almost had 2 feet in bounds, so that's like just give it to him.
You don't disqualify people for running off track.
No, but only if they hit the wall. So if you go off the boundary, and you end up in a place where you can't come back from. Well, okay, Tim, there should be 8 less cars in the 24 now because they're all terrible and they don't deserve to be on the racetrack. That is not a good point. That actually helps my point. I see lightning. Is it going to rain soon? Is it finally crept in?
100% going to rain. Yeah.
Well, I know it's going to rain, but is it finally on the doorstep?
It is on the doorstep, yes.
Did they finally take us off the PA? I can't hear us on the stream anymore.
Good. For the best.
Oh, no, we're still there. Disaster.
Oh, okay. Oh, no.
Disaster.
Well, that's fun.
No, the entire Le Mans roster at this point is just chock full of people who should never have been put in cars like that. And should never have been put in an event at that level. But that's what the sport demands, so here we are.
I found our interview with Mo Dodka earlier a little eye-opening. You're right there on pace, but you get taken out.
By people that don't care.
Yeah.
They don't have a reason to care.
Yeah, but the standard in WRL, the standard what we do here is you care very much about not taking other cars out.
Right. Yeah, because you get kicked out. You don't get to come back.
It is so unfortunate to me that is like the first experience you get in a quote-unquote pro paddock.
Yeah.
Rubbin's racing. Etc.
Yeah.
2 hours and 22 minutes remaining here at the Daytona 14-hour event.
Live.
We're under red. This is a live view of Daytona. It's live.
Establishing shot.
It's happening right here.
We are establishing things here.
I don't even know if Daytona's a real track. I've never seen it. Never been there.
That's true. You can't know unless you're here. Daytona might not be a real city. The track's real.
It's a college town.
A mere...
It's a college.
You are being awfully kind to the college. It's a tech school town.
It's a tech school town. Oh, man. Look at that. Did you see that? It said Ken Wong DDS on the front of that helmet. Right there. Ken Wong DDS.
Yeah. No, we know this.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear it in the background.
Okay.
Ryan's voice echoing Ken Wong DDS.
It sounds like you're advertising for him, to be fair.
The minute RJ comes in here and tells me to turn off the PA because people have had it, I'm in for.
Listen, let's be real. They're as bored as we are right now.
If you would like us to turn the PA off, please hit us up in the YouTube chat and just say, guys.
Just F in the chat.
Enough. F in the chat if you need us to turn down the PA.
Great.
No, I mean Tim makes the point. So Cole and Mo are running in the Pro-Am division, right? And that's not even, there are like what, 4 different classes there?
It's the second biggest class, the Pro-Am.
Sure. But
are there 4 classes in a spec series?
Well, it's not a spec series because I think they still run the old
the old ones, right?
I think
the old ones are only one class though. There's like a Pro class, a Pro-Am, and an Am.
Yes, right. So it's just a concatenation of like 4 different races basically at the same time. But that is part of it. Is that, well, especially the other AMs, right? Like, I don't know. Is it regimented the same way as Pilot Challenge, where like the junior driver has to be the first one in?
Oh my gosh.
Oh no!
Use the yellow flags, please. But, that car is not. Oh no, Danny Calafiat. Oh, what?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, jeez.
That was an issue well before.
Oh yeah.
That suspension has collapsed.
Has it?
Yeah.
I think. Oh, you might be right. Yeah, and then just shot him into the inside wall between the 2 left-handers.
He also goes to Avis.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, Joseph, on the collapse there. Rapid, unscheduled, etc.
Yes. Screaming Goat. Hey, that's right. We're still covering the race. Screaming Goat has texted, fuel tank expanded and rubbed.
Drive shaft.
Thank you. A shaft. I was like, is that a typo?
Deshaft.
Deshaft.
Deshaft racing.
I don't think you can say that, Brendan.
No, you can't. Screaming Goat, you've done it again.
Yeah, Screaming Goat is basically
into it.
Yeah, Screaming Goat has basically asked for a DN update.
Yeah.
And you ran headlong into it.
Didn't think twice. We're doing it, boys.
No oil leaks. LOL, they say.
I love the idea that we're getting these updates like 4 hours later.
No, that's because I'm texting people right now.
Oh. Nope.
Let's see. Who else do you want to text?
Do you have John
Overnight?
Doonan on the horn?
I don't have John.
No,
Doonan
John
on the horn.
Doonan's not allowed to speak to DriversEye Live because I absolutely bombed an interview with him at Thunderhill a couple years ago, well, many years ago.
I was gonna make some gag about because we had RJ on the horn, series president. I was like, we should get John Doonan on the horn. Oh wait, we have.
Yeah.
We have, yeah.
Yeah. That was, man, when I think about how little I knew then,
Think about how little John Doonan knew
little
then.
I know now.
I think John Doonan knew plenty then. Let's be real.
About running a series?
About running a business.
Virtual.
He didn't run Mazda.
Virtual energy tank.
You haven't seen that? I've been throwing shade at that all day.
No, I know. That's why I'm questioning.
It's a BOP mechanism.
It's stupid.
Okay, that's fine. It's BOP.
Regen and deploy of electricity should be unlimited. The
Okay.
only limiting
Budget.
factor should be
Budget.
fuel.
Budget.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Dollars.
I mean,
It's
I
the
mean,
same. This is more
if you're-
complicated. How
if you're-
complicated they have to make the fueling rig so that it like hooks up to like stop doing the
it's
fuel
a-
but still doing the virtual
it's a
fuel.
proximity
That's
sensor.
so
It's
stupid. That's
It's-
so dumb.
also, if you okay, so a total energy budget is still better for cars that are getting most of their energy out of the hybrid because the hybrid is going to be more thermally efficient than the gasoline. So it's not like it doesn't cripple the hybrid power. If anything, it makes it more relevant.
Ooh, that was Alex Job Racing there, or whatever they're called now.
Yeah, we're just not doing yellow flags anymore. Like we're just barreling in. Listen, I have this theory that the entire devolution of
Oh no,
international motor racing.
this is really going off the rails.
No, it's fine. Of international motor racing into safety cars and slow zones and all of this
Slow zones are the best. Okay.
stems from race control not having teeth when people disrespect local yellow flags. There's absolutely no reason if
That's
you neutralize
okay.
a portion
That's
of
not-
the course.
No,
it
that's
does.
not fair.
No,
And
I agree.
and
I agree with
nobody
Brendan.
uses
Listen
slow
to me.
zones.
I agree with Brendan. I agree.
You can
But-
agree all you
but-
want. You're not right.
People at the Nürburgring, that's only because we now have the technology to enforce that stuff. At the Nürburgring, people slow down for local yellow flags, for double wave yellows, not because they're required to, because if you don't and you come out the other side, you can die.
Yeah.
There is
But they
a
also
price to
don't
be
slow
paid
down
there.
that much.
People, because safety has evolved so far, people have become numb to the idea that things can happen when there are stranded cars on course or people are recovering safety vehicles. So they barrel in to yellow flag zones at full speed without giving things a second thought, like that Alex Job car just did, or Heart of Racing or whatever, barreled into a zone with a stricken car, where, who knows, maybe there was a driver getting out and moving to a place of safety. It is nonsense that you can approach a yellow flag and just say, well, I wasn't passing anybody, so it's fine. It's ridiculous.
I agree.
It's ridiculous.
The driver of the Alex Job car should be sat down for the rest of the weekend.
Respect the yellow flags. Respect the local yellow
Yeah,
flags.
I 100% agree. If they were as firm there about passing under yellow as they are in WRL, we wouldn't have most of these problems.
And saying that, well, endurance racing is a 24-hour sprint race now is absolute nonsense. It's
That's true.
nonsense.
Well,
you can
it can be
afford
both.
not to kill people. Come out of the throttle, give people a break, and respect the yellow.
if they had
End of
broadsided
statement.
that car, which had already been, that would have been awful. That could have been completely awful,
Yeah,
because that car was
absolutely.
not slowed down at all.
No, they
There
didn't
was
even
no
try.
braking going on.
Well, I don't think this is different from the point of there are a lot of people on the track right now that probably ought not to be.
Right, and that's the.
No,
but
no.
you could train them by sitting them down. You just spent $1 million, and now you have to go sit in a chair all night because you aren't respectful about safety.
But we have like 15 to 20 years of yellow flags not
That's
being.
fine. Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is it's take like the last 15 to 20 years. You go back to old Rolex 24s, right? You used to get like 5 or 6 yellows in a 24-hour race. Then all of a sudden we ramped it up to like 20 or 25. And it wasn't that hot poles suddenly became less safe on their in isolation. It's that people.
It's also an insurance question, though.
No. For sure, I understand that, but it wouldn't be an insurance question to the degree that it is if people were still behaving properly under a local yellow flag. You've neutralized a section of track so that nobody should be gaining an advantage, and anyway, the primary concern is always safety. Always. And people have just taken the teeth out of enforcing local yellows because, well, if it's that bad, we'll just throw a safety car, we'll throw a slow zone, or code 35, or whatever. And so that's now the new quote-unquote teeth. That's the only way you can enforce it. That's somehow the only way that you can enforce safety on a racing circuit. And that's just not appropriate.
Well, I mean, I think there's a philosophical. I mean, even if you look at F1, right? So you just can't now. It's gotten a little stricter, but for years it was you couldn't improve your time in a yellow flag zone, which is a little wild in a qualifying session.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well,
so
if you look at my telemetry, you can see that my foot lifted 1/8 of an inch compared to where it used to be. So I did, in fact, see the yellow. Like I think that's wild too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and there was a rogue marshal that threw it in Qatar. Yeah, all that stuff.
Oh, is that right?
No, it's that stupid Christian Horner thing that he said in 2021 or whenever that was.
I mean, look, the fact that you have to quantify how much you slowed down, like you say, oh, you got to slow down 40%, is nonsense. Like that is just so ridiculous.
Well, you have to give it a number, or else everyone will.
But that's my point. We got to this point because there was no teeth in enforcement of that stuff. You couldn't have just a marshal say, listen, somebody just came through this local yellow flag and absolutely not at safe race pace or not at safe speed.
Yeah. And
for a while, that's the way it was. If a judger of fact said you were behaving inappropriately in a yellow flag zone, then that was the deal. You're called for it, and you're either penalized or it's noted, right? But now we have to quantify this, and somehow that arbitrary number for safety is 40%. You've got to take 40% of the speed out of the car in order to.
Well, nobody takes 40% of the speed out of the car in the first place, so that's
right.
I mean, that's the problem too. Then enforce it.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, that's fine. But also, I don't know how we got from slow zones to this. Slow zones are not a problem. Slow zones are enforcing the thing that you're talking about.
Oh, I don't have a problem with slow zone
issue.
No, I don't.
The accident has just occurred, and
but there was no slow zone.
There was no slow zone yet.
Yes,
but there were yellows.
But you said slow zones were indicative of this problem, which I don't agree
They are.
I think,
no, they are. Because
slow zones are an ability to. Slow zones are an enforcement mechanism that wasn't available before we had GPS tracking. That's a different thing.
Okay, right. I agree. But the issue here was not the lack of a slow zone. The issue is somebody came up on a yellow flag zone before a slow zone was in place.
For sure.
And was completely inappropriate.
I agree. I agree that they should be kicked out of the race. That's not what I'm getting at is the next thing that we got onto was that slow zones and safety cars were causing this, which I don't agree with.
Oh, no. They're a result. They're a result. Right? We are using more safety cars than we've had to use. We are using more tools like slow zones, like Code 35, which I think are advantages, to be clear. I think these are good things, but we are having to use more of them because drivers can't be trusted or haven't demonstrated that they can be trusted in hot pole situations. The banking here at Daytona is a great example. Right? And I understand that things have happened in the past. There's always insurance questions. But it used to be that if during the Rolex, a prototype or a sports race or whatever, ground to a halt on the banking, they just send a truck out, put it on a tow rope, and go get it. And that can't be done anymore.
Yeah, there are also mechanical issues, right? I mean, I think of the banking at Daytona, and I think of Montoya's car failing and putting him right into it.
For sure.
So, that's not necessarily somebody's fault. It's just a horrible freak accident, which thankfully nobody was injured in, or at least not injured badly. I don't know.
Listen, I think if I'm going to pick a hill in racing, it's that yellow flag zones need to be respected. It is
No,
a shame that
yeah.
we're just not in that place in racing anymore. And every time I see an incident like we almost just saw there,
Well, and
whether it's caused by the driver or just caused by a mentality across racing, generally speaking,
Sure.
it's a shame. It's
Especially
a shame
when
that's
that
where we are.
when that incident that almost occurred just then actually has happened probably 5 times this weekend.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't
Not
wanna-
here, to be clear. This is not.
No,
We're not
that's-
talking
yeah.
about Daytona.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there are things that have happened in the F1 paddock that I think everyone knows. Secondary incidents, right, have been the worst thing to happen in the F1 paddock since, in the last few decades, maybe literally, last couple decades at least. So I don't know.
For those just tuning in for any number of reasons, we are under a red flag for lightning delay here at Daytona. If you're listening down in the paddock, I apologize for our little soapbox here, but we've got to make content somehow. So
It also listen. There's a secondary point here, right? Which is if we want people to come out and be volunteers, right, to do this.
Yeah, to do this.
what are we doing?
We have an awful lot of marshals out there. They're probably not out there right now because we're trying to not get them struck by lightning. But there's an awful lot of people out there that it becomes increasingly difficult to justify, taking time away from so many other things that you could be doing with your life to help us, keep motorsport going. When you put people in an unsafe situation, and we've seen that a few times in this series as well, frankly, where we've understood that hot poles were an option, and then people get a little too close. Those drivers get kicked out, in fairness. But those tracks then immediately go to to code 35s or to full course yellows for everything, and that is a competitor responsibility. You are, as soon as you get behind the wheel of that car, you are, you have a ton of energy underneath you. That is a honest to God responsibility. And I agree with the general point that you're making.
I got into marshalling because it was a chance to be a little bit closer and to maybe not make a difference, but to give back to a sport that I enjoyed spending time being a part of, regardless, right? Whether it was as a spectator or watching on TV, or I was out marshalling. It didn't matter. It was just another avenue to go be a part of it. And even since I started, there was an active clampdown on what marshals could and couldn't do. Right, and there was a
no track crossing. Yeah.
Right. I had a discussion with somebody at Road Atlanta at a different event that we covered. I got stuck,
which has its own legacy of horrible things, and
for sure. But we got stuck across track for like 3.5 hours because we couldn't cross to get to the outpost, right, in the runoff at turn 7, where we were meant to be stationed as observers and reporters. And in the event that something happened, a responder, right? And that might be just, hey, are you okay? Do you need a flat toe? Do you need an ambulance? Like, whatever. Just communicate with the driver, make sure everything's okay, and report that back to the station so that race control had that information. Actively in the last 10 years, even that has been shut down. So not even under a full course yellow can you run from driver's right to driver's left. You have to go up to the bridge, walk across, back down the other side in order to rotate. And I suppose that's fine. And I suppose there's a discussion to be had there about, like, are marshals as essential in all of the roles that they play in professional series in particular? Club racing is a different animal because they don't have all of the tools and all of the technology. But in professional racing,
they arguably make a bigger difference in club racing.
Oh, they absolutely do. Of course they do. Of course they do. In professional racing, you can get driver information out of a driver instantaneously, right? A team can talk to a driver, feed that directly back to race control in real time. Race control says, yep, we need to go get that car, or nope, it's not going anywhere, or he just needs a second, it'll restart and we'll get it home, right? They can have all of the answers they need within like a 5 to 10 second window. That doesn't happen in club racing that way, but I think you can make a case that in pro racing, maybe those functions can be handled in other ways that don't require, a whole team of marshals to be present all of the time. I also know for sure that the ability to do less at a racetrack, be less influential, and be less active in their role as a marshal has turned people off from marshaling. Right? At a place like Watkins Glen, it's well documented. You're actually just not supposed to leave your station. That includes like fire bottles, right? There are times where you are not meant to leave your station, your marshal's post. And there are people that don't feel like it's worth the effort. Well, if I'm going to go stand out in the sun and not do anything for 9 hours, like, what is the point of me going and doing that thing?
Oh, you just put webcams out
and
at that point.
I sympathize with that. And inevitably, Ryan, that's probably where things will eventually head. We will always need marshals to some degree, but if more and more are being handled by full course yellows, safety cars, send the safety team out, send the first responders out, all of that before the marshals have a chance to, or when the marshals are asked specifically not to intervene, eventually that task becomes less essential.
You know what? That would be an interesting. I don't know if you're still in tune with these communities because you haven't. I don't know that you probably haven't worked an event as a flagger in quite some time. But
I mean, I did 3 sessions at VIR a month ago, but that was it.
Yeah, with Ben, I assume. Yeah. So I would be really interested to know. Maybe Ben would be a good, for instance, on that. Just to kind of poll marshals that do travel and do a lot of events to see what tracks they like working with and how different tracks handle certain procedures. Obviously,
the rough around the edges tracks are almost always the answer.
Well, sure. I think there's probably a reason. There's probably a certain roughness, which is a bit too much. But
that's a rough angle there. Sorry, it does not look pretty.
What direction is that facing?
That
a bad one.
Facing west. Yep. Yeah. We haven't had rain here yet. It is still very, very dry at the track.
It's so slow. I don't know if it's the sea just kind of pushing up against this little front, but it is dragging.
Yeah, and this was my concern when we made the call about the pass for the lead between Hitman and GTR 99 happening, half a lap before this yellow came out. My concern was that this was going to take so long to move through the area or take so long to fizzle out that we might be sitting here for an hour and a half before we get a real run, or an hour before we get a real run down to that 30-minute timer, because it's just going to keep resetting itself.
Yeah, I mean, the number 34, whoever got into that car, only had 6 flying laps to make that pass happen. I mean, that's the other crazy thing about that. That was basically a 6-lap sprint coming out of that caution. Brendan has agreed with me and then said BRB.
Wow. What a statement. What a statement.
Brendan has left the building.
He's gone.
But yeah, I feel like this lightning has just kind of stagnated like 10 miles west of the circuit.
Something like that. Which, to be fair, that means it's less than, or it's outside of the 8-mile radius.
Well, I think that you get the occasional. That burn pile still going?
No.
Okay.
It looks like it's smoldering, actually, if you look at it.
Oh, you can. Ooh, interesting. Sorry, this lightning map website that I am using at the moment will segment out the map in a grid pattern and then tell you how many strikes are actually in that grid, which is kind of nice. Anyway,
indeed. I think we've had enough soapbox action here, so I'm trying to keep it light, I've been on my soapbox quite a bit. Brendan's been on his soapbox quite a bit.
You want to know what my soapbox is?
Dove?
No, I prefer body wash.
Okay.
We're inside 2 hours.
Great.
It is now 8 o'clock post-meridian on the eastern seaboard. And there's a lightning strike. Restart the timer.
Clock. Put 30 minutes.
Yeah.
On board James Collado here. Scott's
We are
best
not-
friend.
Yeah, we are not on board James Collado. Yeah.
Did you hear at the beginning of the broadcast when Brendan flexed about knowing RJ Till in much the same way that Nick Damon would talk about knowing Bernie Eccleston?
Why would I care about knowing RJ Till?
You said at the beginning of the broadcast.
What?
Huh?
What did I say?
Zach, pull it up. Pull it up.
Okay.
Jamie, pull that up.
What did I say?
I don't remember what it was, but you said something like, well, and I know RJ Till, vice president. I was like, wow, look at you. Kind of stuck with me.
I'm gonna need the evidence.
That's fine.
Listen,
When it posts, I'll
us
find
and
it.
RJ
I
are day
don't-
ones.
I mean, I could not know RJ.
It was supposed to be tongue in cheek. That like it was a very Nick Damon way to say it.
Listen,
though.
I've been out. This first couple hours are rough, man. I'm out of practice.
That's fine.
I was kind of wondering how you would do, if I'm honest, because it's been a minute.
I was not feeling good. I went down to go change the batteries for the first time, and I'm like, man, I kind of think I stink at this. This is not good.
That's
But it did take us a long time to kind of get into where the race was headed and kind of wrap our heads around things.
Which was into a red flag stoppage, in fact.
Well, eventually, yes.
Did we beat last year's distance? We did. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
I'm all right with that.
Oh, we have already.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
we only got to like 230 some laps last year.
Interesting. I don't think I realized we
it
were
was
stopped for that
bad.
long.
I didn't. I didn't either. I was listening back to it, and you were like, at some point last year, you said something to the effect of, "Our projected finishing lap is 231." I was like, 231 laps in 14 hours. But that's exactly how long we were down.
Drama.
Yeah, and we're at 286 now.
When I stepped away, by the way, it was a fresh strike. Like as I walked into the room.
Yeah.
Oh, we saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We actually saw the hairs on the back of your neck stand up.
Oh, I
you
didn't
need
even- I
to you
didn't
need to
hear
get
it happen.
inside.
I smelled it. I could smell the
The
ozone in
plasma.
the air.
The ozone,
Yeah.
the
Ozone.
petrichor.
Yeah. Anyway,
Weather.
so it's reset.
I like
time,
this shot.
obviously.
I hope we get running.
Do you like it not zoomed in?
I actually don't mind it. I think
Yeah.
it works as an establishing shot.
Yeah.
It has been established.
Yeah. Sorry, I for some reason, like I was pretty sure that when a phone shut down, when you brought it back up, it would just restore all the settings. But maybe a rapid shutdown, it doesn't do that.
Interesting.
Apologies. Out of my element, man.
Brendan, I have decided as well, I don't know if you found this in setting up the cameras, that I no longer want to use the
Horizon level.
no. I should probably use that.
Yeah, probably
No,
should.
the guided access.
What?
You should not.
I don't use guided access
Why?
on probably half of them because it doesn't do anything. And
That's
it
not
just
true.
adds a layer of frustration to me trying to like set the camera. I find that I accidentally don't set it most of the time.
Oh.
But what I
Well,
have
maybe
been doing,
that's why when you tell me the cameras are going down, it's because you're not setting up guided access.
I wondered about that, and that doesn't have any effect on it. But what I have been doing is putting it on do not disturb mode, and then making sure that's the only app running.
But I don't. But I don't. I think if you get a notification, even if do not disturb, if you've got the phone open, you're still going to get the if you get something that would otherwise trigger a push notification, if you're using the phone, you still get the notification.
But I never have any notifications pending at the end of the event. They come like right when I turn on the phone, I get like 9.
Yeah.
One of them was an order for you. That was quite funny.
Sure. Yeah.
And yeah, good for you. But I completely lost my train of
Yeah,
thought.
because we're hearing the echo on the trackside cameras.
Yeah, that's why. Anyway,
I'm gonna show some mercy on the pit and paddock. I think.
and shut her down.
I think we're gonna go quiet downstairs for a little while.
All right.
I feel a little badly that we're subjecting everybody to this against their wills.
Nobody told us not to.
No,
Nobody
that's
told
true.
us to shut it down.
Everybody has our number.
I know,
Everybody
but now
has
it's
our number.
distracting us because we're hearing the echoes.
No,
That's not
I'm
why I
gonna
was
fade
distracted.
it down for a
don't
little
not why I
bit.
was distracted.
Give them some
don't project your
quiet.
own neuroses onto other
Yeah, exactly.
people.
It's fine. If
No,
somebody had
it's
said
fine.
something, we'd
But
let
I
it.
just you don't.
Anyway,
They're bored.
I found then it makes no difference. TLDR.
Let's see if there's anything new in the race control log.
There we go.
Lightning.
Yeah, lightning. No. So we went yellow at 7-Eleven. Oh, thank heavens. They opened up at,
Boo.
thank you. And then we went red properly at 7-16.
Purple red.
Another strike.
Yeah.
1 minute.
God, it still looks so sunny. I know it's a low sun at this point, but
It's a low
It's
sun.
pretty dark up here in the booth.
interesting. Oh, maybe that's the artificial light. Is it really that strong?
It might be, honestly.
It's at Rolex setting, so 25%.
Oh,
okay.
I mean, 100% in the infield, but 25% around the banking. I think
Okay.
it's 25. The start-finish straight is a little more well-lit than that.
Oh, that's all right.
Machi. Yeah.
30 minutes?
Yes. Start the clock. 1:22. I mean, honestly, that's the way to start thinking. If this is the one time I'll allow people to back time, is how much time are we going to have left to run this race? Because now we know it's going to be, you would take the green flag, but certainly no more than an hour and a half left.
Do we know where the 50's in the pits here? Is this a brake issue? Looks like brakes.
Or a suspension issue.
Oh. Well, I know. Was that the car that was in the wall, or was that the 51?
I'm guessing we're about to see.
I don't know.
Well, that's the 33. Never mind.
Oh, well. Nope. Here we go. Yeah. I'm a little behind you.
That's weird. I'm usually the furthest behind of everybody,
I know.
but on this, I'm like way up to date. It feels pretty good. Is this how you guys feel?
Do you feel smug?
I feel like, wow, I'm actually getting to see it live and being surprised by all the things that are happening, and nobody else is.
No, I usually feel uncomfortable because I'm usually seeing it as live as possible because I'm running production also. I'm talking to things as I click to them, and then
Right.
you get to react, and now I look like a fool for the next like 2.5
Yes.
seconds.
Absolutely. 100%. That's also what I was talking about.
I find that if I commentate out the window, Zach will catch them on the cameras. Like his reaction time is quick enough.
That is a brake hose, so maybe it is a brake issue.
On which car?
50.
50.
50.
Yeah. Guys, Peugeot's going to win this race.
I hope not.
I don't think
I'd be fine with it.
I want to see them win and then have to backtrack on their whole thing about, oh, we were going to do a wing, but now we're not.
Nobody said anything about them not doing a wing. Or doing a wing.
I thought somebody did. I thought that was
nobody
official.
Nobody at Peugeot said it. No.
Oh, all
They
right.
said it's. I think they said we've struggled with the concept of the car, but that was true up until they got to Le Mans, which is kind of the whole point.
Right. They do build their cars for Le Mans, which makes sense,
Sure.
obviously.
I mean, they're French.
I remember
What
a
else is
very
there?
specific interview with David Brabham where he talked about the difference between the HPD P1 car and the Peugeot. And he said the HPD P1 car, you can tell, was engineered to run the ALMS because it handled so much better.
It had
than
big
the Peugeot.
honking front tires.
No, it was before that one. It was like the previous one.
That was the
okay.
only P1 car. The P2.
Or it was probably the P2 then that had been when they had juiced it up to be in the one class. Must have been.
That
They did it. They had a P1 car before they did the big
I think
tire.
Brabham only ran the Peugeot in 09.
And he would have been talking about it
and
in 09.
Was about the P1 car, yeah, with the huge front
ALMS
tires.
2008. That car didn't run until 2011 or something.
No,
The big
it was 2009.
tire.
It was 2009.
I don't know, man.
It was 2009.
The ARX-04?
No, it was the ARX-02A. Was the huge front tire. I mean,
That was the one that only ran for one race.
No, it ran the whole season. It showed up at Sebring in 2009.
The big tire one only ran one race, and it was
not
that Sebring.
True. It ran the whole season.
Oh, they ran out of money. They couldn't do it. It was the race.
Sure?
It was the race that Pescarolo
Didn't
or
DeFerrin
Orica,
win the Laguna Seca race with that car?
That's not the big tire car. The big tire car was the one they ran in like 2011 that just had the
Oh, we've been cut off.
Highcroft livery on it. and then they ran out of money. The car before that did not have the big tires.
Okay, random race 2009, Mid-Ohio, ALMS. Race result, P1, DeFerrin Motorsports number 66, ARX02A. P2.
The DeFerrin car did not have the big...
Yes, it did.
Tires.
It was that car. It's the O2A.
No, it's the... No.
You're wrong, Ryan.
No, you're wrong.
No.
You are wrong. Fake news. You are fake news. I'm going to look this up. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it.
Look up any ALMS race in 2009.
It's not... That car didn't have the big tires.
It
That's
did.
weird. No, it
That's
didn't.
why it took pole at Sebring. Audi brought the R15. Peugeot brought the 908 in 2009 spec. They ran out in qualifying, and Acura beat them both to pole because it had the big front tires and was designed to run those American circuits.
Acura ARX02A Wikipedia page. Worth Research developed a chassis that generated as much mechanical grip to overcome the power deficits of diesel-centric rules created by the ACO by exploiting the engine's low mass load compared to larger diesel engines. Rear tires are now fitted to the front of the car, increasing the contact patch by 7%.
Okay,
indicating
what year was that?
2009. What it didn't have were bespoke front tires. It was literally running rear construction on the front.
But then the one I'm thinking of is the one that had the bespoke fronts that ran for one race, and then they shelved it.
That you're thinking of the 04B that ran one race and was terrible.
Which was a full 5 years later.
Yeah. That was an ESM car for one race. They're like, oh, this is bad.
It wasn't ESM. It was a Highcroft car. It was black, and it just said Highcroft on the nose. And that was it.
01E. 01E, which was a predecessor to the 03A. That car did not have big front tires, I don't think. I think that was just it was an LMP1 development of the 01A and B, tuned to run to the 2011 LMP1 regulations, which were similar to the previous generation LMP2 regulations. So they basically took the stock car, put, it was the same engine, 3.4 liter V8, ran it in new LMP1 spec in 2011 with bespoke LMP1 type bodywork, and it went out and it finished, second at Sebring? It was the year Orica won? Second or third. And then never raced again.
HPD's all-conquering V8 engine, however, will be retained to power the ARX01E, a new prototype designed specifically to race at Le Mans. Though based on the class-winning 01C, the 01E had been totally re-engineered to 2011 specifications, revised, blah, blah, blah. The results we achieved in 2010 speak for themselves and underline the belief that we have in our new process of development in the digital domain, says Nick Worth.
Yes. So that was the follow-up from the 01C and the 01B. They ran the 01A for one race, the 01E for one race. That 01E built then the 03A that ran the WEC the following year with JRM and Straka and whoever else it was.
Okay, I'm pretty sure he was talking about either the D or the E or the C.
Who is this?
Nick Worth. HPD.
No. It was. I'm talking about the David Brabham interview.
Oh.
Wherein he said the HPD handled way better than the Pescarolo or the Peugeot 908. The E turned into the 03A that was like the muscle milk car, and so yeah. Okay, yeah.
Mercifully, we're going to be interrupted from our own train wreck of a conversation.
Thank goodness.
I have been rejoined by RJ Till, who I'm being told would like to answer some questions down in the paddock. So, RJ, the floor is yours.
Well, I don't know if I know what the questions are, but I'm pretty sure I have an idea. Yeah, so right now we're on a weather hold. We're sending text messages out and going over the PA, but I figured I'd try to talk through what we're thinking here, and plus we've got some people watching, so we'll do it all at once. Right now we are getting a lot of lightning hits in the area. Of course, that's a Daytona International Speedway policy. They changed from a cloud-to-ground policy to a cloud-to-cloud policy, which is a lot more going to cause a lot more issues when we get weather in the area. So we are, we're bound to those policies. We're going to follow them as we are guests here at Daytona, but we're following those. Our intention is to go back to racing as soon as we can. There's a good chance that if we do, we're going to be putting drivers in the car in heavy rain, but again, our intention is to go back racing. so long as their policies permit. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We're still getting a lot of strikes. The weather's kind of moving through. It's estimating that it's supposed to stop at 10 p.m., which is obviously when the race finishes. But we're hopeful as these other cells have gotten closer to the coast, they've kind of lost some energy and shut down. So, but it looks like we'll still have some rain. But either way, we race in the rain, and we'll race in the rain here. So, as soon as we can, we will go back to racing. And we very much hope that we can do so.
The voice of RJ Till. We hope for the same. Would love to be able to get back to racing again. We did see a change for the lead there in the last lap before we went to the yellow, so it would be nice to see these things play themselves out.
Yeah, that was exciting because we were, obviously first place we look for the leader is timing and scoring, and then we pick up the binoculars and we saw the 34 had just picked up the lead from the 99, and obviously they've been racing super close all day long. So there's nobody here that wants to see that unfold more than we do. I can assure you guys of that. So
in short, anyway, let's keep an eye out for text messages. And hopefully we get things restarted.
Yeah, and we got some feedback that everybody wasn't getting updates. Apologize for that, but we'll be sending text updates every 10 minutes. Hank, if you're in the garages, just listen to the PA. We'll be making announcements there too. So we appreciate you guys bearing with us. Trust us, we don't like this, but it's just part of the rules we got to play within. So.
Florida in June, I guess
Florida
this will
in
happen.
June. Well, yeah. Florida anytime.
Yeah, that's true. That's
so,
a very good point.
All right.
All right. Thanks, RJ.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, difficult situation, obviously, for the track, for the series, for everybody involved. Scheduled start went off without a hitch at 8 a.m. about 12 hours ago. Scheduled finish 14 hours after that at 10 p.m. So that is the clock that we are racing against, if you like. Nothing any of us can do other than wait and prognosticate and debate.
Indeed. Is there any other sports car minutia we can argue about?
I'm sure there is.
Specific to the 2007 to 2014 prototype racing era.
That was a pretty. I don't know.
Here's a thesis.
Were you going to say that was bleak?
It was fine, but I don't know. It started raining.
Now this is gonna be interesting. I'm actually happy to have seen that. Well, knowing what we know, which is that the Lightning should be on the front end of this, and there it is.
Yeah.
And hopefully this will actually finally move out.
Yeah, as RJ said, I think once the Lightning is passed and on the other side, there's a good chance we're still going to be in the rain. So we're not necessarily looking for things to dry out. We're just looking for the Lightning to get far enough away that we can go back and do other things.
Yes, as you said, we've gotten more running this year than we have last year already. Obviously, the goal would be to get all 14 hours in.
All of the running.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you had to go back in time and pick a team to be a part of, would you pick AutoCon or Project Libra?
AutoCon. For sure.
Joseph?
I don't think I was following sports car racing closely enough.
Really?
Not really. I was more of an F1 person.
So the engine in the Project Libra is what eventually was put into the Ford Daytona prototype.
Is that right?
Yes, the twin turbo V6. That was the test bed for that. They only ran it at a couple of races.
Was
in
Project
the ALMS.
Libra one of the Ian Dawson projects?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I found the splits, particularly in sports car racing, so tedious. Just because it was, there were teams that I liked in both, but I could not get behind Grand Am as just the greenhouses, especially on those old DPs.
I think the last DP was okay. I didn't mind those. And I thought that the Corvette things looked a little stupid, but I thought the Ford looked all right.
I actually didn't mind the Corvettes.
The Crawford was about the only one in the first two generations that you could be like,
the Boss snowplow.
Yeah, this looks like kind of a prototype. I found the Riley charming in its own way, but like not as a race car that I would be like, yeah, I need one of those.
The problem with the Riley is that it made a ton of sense, which is just the formula was just horrible.
Right.
That you're like, oh, you know what'll be good for downforce is if we just make this just an air sled.
Yeah.
No, I thought the late model Riley I thought was a good looking race car.
Was that
Full stop.
the 2000?
Like the 14,
12?
the 14-15, the one that ran in the initial combined series.
My favorite
The Mike
ugly
Shake car.
My favorite ugly Daytona prototype was the Delara.
Oh my god, that car was
That was pretty
abysmal.
bad.
I loved
The Lola was kind of neat.
The Lola
like the Lola.
looked nice.
Not very
I
many
agree.
people ran it.
No, it was like Crone.
Yes.
Literally just Crone. Text your late 2000s Grand Am racing opinions too.
Where's Terry Borchler?
Where did I see Terry? Now his name came up recently, and I don't remember why.
Didn't he run? He might have run Mid Ohio actually, or
yeah,
Road
it was
America.
definitely at a WRL weekend, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Townsend Bell and Bill Sweedler and the Team West AJR Boardwalk Ferrari 458 Italia. Remember when that car came in and they were salty because ESM got a separate BOP from that car?
Yeah, I mean, that was nonsense. BOPing that car separately in GT, AM, and Pro, or whatever it was.
No, it wasn't that. It was, I believe it was just an ESM, is like what it said on the regs. Like when you looked at the BOP table, it was like ESM only and then everybody else.
Right, but there was a reason for it.
Yeah, because they sponsored the series.
No, but there was some other... I remember this happening, and there was like some other specific reason that like either the car was... It was an older chassis build, or there was something goofy about it that everybody was just not talking about because they thought it was obvious that was just they sponsored the series and got a different... I think it had something to do with them being an AM, which is nonsense anyway. But like...
Well, there wasn't an
something
AM
goofy.
split back then. It was just GT.
I forgot what it was.
Remember GTC? Remember JDX came out with that gold car and then just like crushed everybody with Mike Headland?
Mike Headland, there's a name.
He actually tweeted today looking for a stream of the race.
Of this race?
Yes, of this race, yeah.
Get Mike Headland an NPO 1.
Didn't he do? He did Thunderhill a couple of years, right?
He did.
Mike, yeah.
He did it with Flying Lizard, I think.
Oh, in the Porsches?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's what he drove. He drove in GTC.
Yeah.
Let's see. What else we got?
Mike Headland is American David Hannemeyer Hansen. Changed my mind.
He is, but I think less obnoxious.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But similar kind of pace, talent level, dedication to the craft, passionate opinions. Yeah,
yeah,
well, it's all there.
definitely. Yeah. Mark Goosens and Dominic Farnbacher in the Viper.
The Goose.
What a great shot this is.
Really establishes, you know?
I think it's my favorite one right now. I'm looking at the multi-view. I think it's my favorite shot. The Cam 1 is pretty good, though.
It's great. It's great.
Zach's probably asleep, but...
Zach is probably asleep.
But that's fine. We'll wake him up when we go green.
That's good. The way, like, man, the rain in front of the lights, the bright lights up on top of the podium.
It's a very
on top
good.
Of the tower here. It's good, real good.
The lightning.
Sure,
love that.
You know what else I love? The fact that we can now set the latency on all of the streams so that they're actually synced, like all the time.
Oh yeah, so the entire multi-view
the board
lights up.
Yeah, but also the fact that we don't have to worry about what cameras are behind because they're just they're all exactly the same amount behind.
Are we on SRT now?
Yeah,
nice.
Everything is exactly 2 seconds behind.
Do you want some more?
Well, plus whatever the pole latency is
sure,
like 700.
That's
so cool.
How many wins did Spirit of Daytona have?
Where, just in general, or
in general? Yeah.
I'm gonna say the answer is like comically low, or
I would not
zero.
have
I
thought
bet
that.
0.
It is 4.
Hey!
They have won at Watkins Glen and Laguna Seca.
What a time to be alive.
2014, they won at Watkins Glen. 2015, they won at Laguna and Watkins Glen. And then in 17, they won at Laguna.
It is absolutely pouring.
Michael Valiente and Richard Westbrook.
I would say it's chucking it down. It's hissing down with rain.
Good emphasis on the
Hissing. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, what's happened to camera 10?
Oh, no. What did happen to
Oh, no, I think it's all right. We cut away from it at the same time that it froze momentarily. Like, did we get struck by lightning?
I'm not hearing thunder.
I'm seeing lightning.
For sure.
Oh, now I hear thunder. Yeah, Zach said it's wind. You know, I hear thunder. I think we're going to be seeing lightning before long here.
Yeah, it feels like a NASCAR commentary quote.
Do a little hospital hop.
Oh boy.
Oh, D-Dado.
Was it D-Dubs? Was that a D-Dubs line?
I'll never tell. Yeah.
Was it in our group chat that somebody sent the link of what's his name asking to stay on a single shot, and then they cut away from it immediately, and you hear him throw the pin in the background?
Clint Boyer, yeah.
Clint Boyer, yeah. Oh, yeah.
My favorite thing, the best reel I've seen on Instagram. It's so good. It's I don't even remember the name of the account that posted it, but it's basically, I think it's at North Wilkesboro, and so they're on board with somebody, and Clint's like, "All right, stay with me here as we come out of this corner." We'll hear them throttle up, and like 2 seconds after he says that, right after they apex, they cut away to a different camera, and Clint just shuts up, and you just hear like the clatter of him throwing a pen. Very good.
Look at me. I am the producer now. Zach is bothered by the fact that the Sunoco sign at Pit Out is not illuminated, and it's just because they didn't pay for the sponsorship this weekend.
I honestly was, I was like, what do you mean it's not on there? I see it.
Yeah, but it's not illuminated.
It's not on. On. Sheets of rain. This is football weather.
And if you don't like this, you don't like Big Ten football.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Final score, Iowa 3. Northwestern 4.
I thought you were going to say USC 32.
No, you can't say that. Brendan's going to be sad.
USC?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm sad about it. I'm a Pac-12 fan.
Well, Pac-10.
It is
Pac-8.
Pac-10 now. For a hilariously long time, the Stanford Drum Corps drums had the Pac-10 logo on it. Like, well into the Pac-12 like era.
Okay.
Something play for the name on the front.
I listen, I've already used that line.
No, I know, that's why I brought it back. It seemed topical.
Now, I think I have started to age into the point where I'm tired of the Stanford band shtick.
I don't think I am, and I think it's just because I grew up not only a Stanford fan, but then everybody in my high school that I knew that was in band thought that it was the best stuff ever, and were 1,000% about it, and tried to get like, yeah, no, we should be allowed to wear t-shirts and jeans to marching practice and to like the football games, and they like went back and forth with the band teacher about it because that's what Stanford did. So like I think they have now gotten themselves into too much trouble to where it's no longer funny. But if they dialed it back for a couple years and then just kept it at like a steady pace, I think it's pretty good. I like it.
I'm open to changing my mind on it, but I think I've reached a point. That's so wonderful. Looking at that multi-view, hate that it's lightning. Love that we have a director sync.
Good news. There's 11 hours and 29 minutes to go now. Oh dang! Changed back. Zach has an annoying habit of doing that. I'll call him out on something, and before like I can pan back, it's already changed back. He's like, what are you talking about? I look over, it's already changed. Like a second. Or he's actively changing it back as I'm calling him out on it.
Oh my gosh, is that live?
What?
The rain.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I've had a browser up for like the last 20 minutes.
Yeah. That's why I said it's chucking it down.
I thought you were just being sarcastic because it was like raining a little bit. It was bright out the last time I looked at this.
It's
we're not doing that anymore.
Which, by the way, in Ohio, I'm not that far west of the speedway. It's still pretty light outside.
Yeah,
I know you're a little further east, but like.
But they're further south too, so it should be longer. No? Or no,
Yeah.
it would be shorter because they're further south. Never mind.
Which one's this?
Or what?
We're struggling here.
Yeah, be closer to. Yeah.
But they should be longer if you're further south still.
No, because it's closer to 50-50. Because we're already in summer, are we not?
Spicy.
No, not yet.
Okay, got it. Oh, that's it. All right.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Not until...
Help, reset the clock. 58 minutes. We're going to have a sprint to the end here. Let's go.
We're going to get to the point where, like, some teams are not going to have to make another stop.
Oh, well.
I'm not
Get out there.
I was going to say, Brendan, do you want to go
Get out there.
Not
Fix the chicane camera.
Nope.
You got to establish that shot, Brendan.
It is a shame that it's I don't know.
You need to get out there, swim out on Lake Lloyd.
That is the second most desirable place to be right now.
Take a kayak out there.
Yep. Just paddle on out.
Yep. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Get out there.
Unfortunately, that would also take me through the Daytona International Speedway media building across from me, up and over several fences.
I think a solid parasail would really do you some good here.
Best I can do is a parasol.
That's not going to help.
Can we have Zach do the Jordan thing where he pulls up the iRacing and we just walk around Daytona?
Welcome to the 2023 scan of the Daytona International Speedway.
We're going to go check out the Arby's, or the Applebee's. What is it in the parking lot where Brenda works?
Yeah.
No!
Dude, Zach is sick of listening.
He is
You know what,
so
Zach?
tight.
He has
Mute
had
us.
enough.
Zach, you can take 30 minutes off. It's fine. just leave. It's all good. I think we should call a Week 13 race.
No.
What? At the Irwindale Figure 8. Come on.
Yeah, you know what? Ask RJ. If RJ says we can, then we can.
Okay, that's fine. I'll ask RJ.
No,
Done.
my gosh.
Done.
Oh my gosh.
Can we?
Ryan.
Ask your father.
Whoa. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got it. Oh, what a shot.
This is let's see. 75 watching. Why?
That's the exact number of devices that are on in the pit lane. All right, I sent a text to RJ. We'll see what he says.
Yeah,
He's gonna look at his phone and be like, "What? No."
He's probably pretty busy.
Doing what? Watching the rain?
Yeah.
Nothing going on. He's like, "Oh, well, thunder came again. All right."
Yeah.
Like, at what point do you start making plans? Is it 15 minutes? 20 minutes? 10 minutes?
I was thinking about this. There's got to be a point where if you get a bolt of lightning, that's game over, and I think it's probably at about 40 minutes.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think it might be before then.
Nah, let's send him. Did not get an immediate response from RJ, so that's going to be a no.
He's probably just
Ryan,
looked at
I
his
have to answer for this.
He's probably just looked at his phone and then just put it aside.
Probably.
And just shaking his head.
Brendan, RJ knows me.
He blocked
Like-
Ryan's number.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Where is the Chattanooga car?
Oh, we're not driving the track, Zach.
Zach, this isn't
No.
oval racing. This isn't oval racing. We're not driving the track.
Get that
okay?
NASCAR.
Get out of here. Zach, our producer.
Zach said he was
I'm taking this whole thing down, and you're all coming with me.
No, the oval, as we know, is self cleaning. So
Sure, yeah. It's just math.
it's just math.
That was a no.
It was a no.
It was a soft and polite no. Oh wow.
Whoa, that was a bolt
big
and a
one.
half.
Yeah. So,
I think cloud
I sit-
to ground probably still counts.
from where I sit, that it landed like in the distance, but directly on the scoring pylon at the exit of pit lane. It's not in use this weekend, but there's like a mount they use for the jumbotron, and then like a pylon they use for timing and scoring. And from where I sit, it looked like it hit it.
Nice. Heck yeah.
Just further off in the distance.
All right, that was another one.
Yeah, I think we're in it here, guys.
What's
We're
this
in
camera?
something.
That's kind of cool. Oh, it's
Okay.
not different. It's just the bottom half is broken. I thought this was like looking out over a balcony or something.
If you don't react with a whoa to a strike of lightning, did it actually happen? Is this a Cadillac? What are we doing?
Dun, 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 dun. Terrible race.
Yeah. You know, we should have just kept running. Vortex theory. I mean, we could have kept all this away.
Now, here's my question, right? I understand
Is
cruise
anyone
safety.
taking requests for impressions? That's the point that we're at.
But real quick. I have a bone to pick.
Oh, we got a Cadillac in the gravel.
Not quite an axe to grind, but a bone to pick. I understand wanting crews to be safe and corner workers as well. But how about, since they were still running...
Since they're in Faraday cages, just send them.
Exactly. And then if something goes wrong, you have to drive the car to the garage. And then if someone wrecks, then you have to red flag it and then go get them.
Who's going to red flag it, Ryan?
We can see the lights flashing right now, Brendan.
Okay.
There's lights all over the track.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Ryan, you've had some terrible takes for this. This is something else, man.
Dude, I think it's all right. I think it'll be okay. Just gonna pull them into the pits to do
listen,
or into the garage to do service.
We all know who's going to red flag it. It's Scotty.
It is Scotty. What's Scotty doing?
Scotty's going to be out there on the flag stand, like, waving 3 umbrellas.
Scotty Elkins, can you come up to the broadcast booth, please? And talk about motorcycles.
You know, I've never met Scott.
He's great. What are you talking about?
I believe that. I've just never met... That's not the same thing. Like, remotely.
I've never met him. He's terrible.
What do you mean? He's great. Great. I believe that.
How do you not see him in the paddock and be like, that's a guy I want to talk to? He seems like fun.
With the owner of a small pit bike, please move your vehicle right now.
To the broadcast booth.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've just been, like, deleted from the Daytona guest Wi-Fi for the secondary laptop. Which is why we're not going out over the PA at the moment.
Well, that's fine.
You've got to renew your lease.
Renew.
How do I do that?
You have to go to settings, right-click. It's like in the network options, and then there's like a properties, and then you hit renew
Open
lease.
network and okay. Oh my.
Wow, this has really opened up. That is a lot of lightning.
Uh-huh.
You know what? I'm going to go on record. I'm going to say that's a lot of lightning.
I think we're running out of time here, gents.
Well, if the rain would just clear out...
We are progressing in that direction. And here we thought we had turned the weather off.
I know.
Well, I mean, the weather turned us off, so... Chance of rain 100%, you don't say.
I'm not turning the PA stream back on.
Do it. Do it.
No.
Do it. What are they going to
say
do?
Lightning took it out. I got sorry guys.
What if we just do like a round of row your boat? I think that'll get the people moving.
I will say that I am happy that we weren't able to deliver on my perennial ask of doing a rooftop ray, because then I would have to stand up there right now and like give shots of the track being wet.
Everybody except Ryan, please find shelter. Oh my.
That's true. put one of those canopies over me. The $100 ones from Walmart. It'll hit that instead.
Love the crashing in the background. Great noise, the thunder crash.
Do you think they're still running patterns, Brendan?
No, I believe the field is IFR.
Do you have your IFR certification?
No.
No? Oh, alright. Here I was. I thought I was impressed. Huh.
Why would you be impressed?
I'm told that the IFR thing was hard. I thought you did that.
I did the ground school.
Oh,
Took
okay.
the test, yeah.
Okay.
All that.
Just didn't do the practical.
I never
thing.
did any instrument flying. I have like 1 hour of actual instrument in Florida, as it turns out.
I see.
Coming home from sun and fun.
Park
Wow.
became acquainted with Mariah Carey in high school through mutual friends as they both grew up in the same area. Park was inducted into the Suffolk Sports Hall of Fame on Long Island in the auto racing category with the class of 2004.
Who is this?
Stephen Bryan Park.
Heck yeah. It looks like Stephen Park's winning streak at Daytona is about to come to an end, by the way.
We don't know that. It's raining,
Tragically.
The 2004 NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series most popular
driver. I saw that.
Yes.
Should we do a most popular driver poll in the World Racing League?
No, we need to do a power ranking.
I can't decide if it sounds like a great idea or the most toxic
We need
idea.
to do a most popular DEL commentator.
We do.
Oh.
It's Joseph. Joseph
It's
already
Zach.
has. It's Zach, yeah.
He's the only one who doesn't talk.
It's probably JT or Joseph, and it's pretty firmly not me or Scott.
So
I don't know that I think it's me. I'm pretty confident.
I'm 100% sure it's you, Joseph. I'm 100% sure.
I don't know about all that.
So
dude, the JTR guys love you, and they had their thumb on the pulse of the paddock.
Okay.
Had.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, they're gone now.
I just want to pave out the worst case scenario here. I think the worst case scenario is that the Lightning continues past the decision not to resume the race, and I can't go get the equipment out of the grandstand.
I mean, you can go get it, just not tonight.
I've decided that this is the worst outcome here.
We'll find you a rubber suit, gloves.
It turns out I brought one with me.
Excellent.
I'll go get one of the hybrid kits they use for IMSA.
Yep.
When the car is not deemed safe.
All the battery packs, other than the one at, I don't know what's happening, that whatever EMF vortex is over behind the chicane, but everything's holding up so far.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal with Cam 8 is either, exactly. I don't know why that one in particular, you know. Whoa! Is that going to get it? Yeah!
Why is it so dry over there?
Good stuff.
Is it?
It
Is
is
it dry,
pretty
or is that a trick of the light?
I think it's dry. Look at the road in front of you. Look at the access road.
That's kind of what I was basing it off of, but I was like, that doesn't seem right. Which is bad news because that is the western part of the track.
It is. Well, sorry. Zach said the rain is slowing. It definitely is.
I know. I do the same thing. Zach says something, and I respond to Zach like everyone else can hear him. We need to just get him on the horn. Just put him on the broadcast like Bear on the College Game Day. Didn't Bear get his own like show or something on like some other competing channel?
Oh, on the Fox Game Day or whatever they call it.
Yeah, something like that.
So what do we think the go no go time is?
I think it's somewhere in the ballpark of 45 minutes.
Okay.
Like if we get a strike at 45, I think that's probably lights out.
Curtains.
Something like that. I don't think there's anything in the track conditions right now that would make this a non-starter. There's a decent amount of standing water, but I don't think it's so bad that we wouldn't be able to, have a parade lap and get on with it.
Right. Dude, are they having do you think we're going to hear Harold Petit on the phone talking to race control? We just need one lap. We've already cycled the leaders. We just need one lap. And he's going to come up behind and like pass the 34, and it's going to be like a whole thing. And the 34 is going to sue and like threaten to like, and then they end up firing the race director. Do you think we're going to have a situation like that?
I'm
referring to Abu Dhabi 2021.
Yeah, I get that. Well, well, for a second, I thought you were referring to about a dozen Indy 500s.
Well, that too. So I just don't want Peugeot to win. I think is what I've decided.
Why?
I don't want the...
Why don't you support Gustavo Menezes?
I like Gustavo Menezes, but I think that he should be in the Cadillac. Or
okay, he's
Toyota.
Not, though.
I really didn't want a hypercar to win. I wanted it to be a GTP.
Okay, well that's nothing.
So, well, right, but like...
There's only 2 of them that brought one.
3, because the Ferrari is a hypercar as well.
No, of GTP cars.
Yeah, there's the Cadillac and the Porsche and the other one.
I don't think there was another one.
Was there not?
No, because Acura didn't bring any.
Acura and BMW aren't there. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I guess there's only 2. Yeah, anyway. And if it had to be a hypercar, I'd prefer that it was Toyota, frankly, because I'm a Toyota stan. So, yeah, that's that.
That's your preferred outcome?
My preferred outcome is that Porsche win. My second preferred outcome would be that any Cadillac wins. And then if it is neither of those, then I would want it to be Toyota.
I'm really hoping for Peugeot.
I am not.
Because it would upset Ryan.
I'm sure. Scott was hoping it would be Glickenhaus so that it would upset me. Fortunately, one of them the one that was in contention lost a wheel, so that was quite
There
nice.
are a lot of cars that have lost wheels and are still kicking in this race.
The 708 and the 709 cannot come back. No chance. Look how far back they are.
How far back are they?
Like 10 or 12 minutes.
That's not true.
They're in slow cars, and they suck.
They're not that bad.
No, they're that bad.
If you could pick... Okay. I've got it. I've got our parlor trick game, or not?
Yes,
parlor trick
Zach.
game.
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
I absolutely want that. I absolutely want that.
This is going to be Zach's highlight reel. Our highlight reel can go kick rocks, but Zach's highlight reel of just lightning strikes.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
That's so good.
Now, dear viewer, when you see this, you are going to lose it.
That's so good.
You pay for the whole screen, but you only need the edge.
This is why we have replay.
This is Sports Car Wars. This is what racing is meant to be.
Whatever happened to Junkyard Wars?
That was a great show.
Time passed.
Yeah, but like, I think I've brought this up on the broadcast before, but
Yeah,
like,
I
we
think
should
at the
get back
last
to
broadcast.
that. We should get back to that.
I don't need to bring back.
Back to what made America the way it is. Junkyard Wars.
I get Junkyard Wars
Wars
and Beyond Tomorrow. Would be my
I don't
votes
remember
there.
Beyond Tomorrow.
Beyond
Okay.
Tomorrow was like an Australian show that they showed on Discovery sometimes, and they had all this like future technology that's like now. That's why I bought a 3D printer, was because I saw it on Beyond Tomorrow.
Gosh. Oh my god.
Because it was like,
Brendan-
Beyond Tomorrow, you just scan the thing and it takes a day, and I was like, that's so cool. And then now I have one.
And then you bought one.
Yeah, it's the coolest thing.
Brendan, the rattling that's going on in the booth, coinciding with the lightning strike, makes it sound like you are terrified and just jumping around anytime there's a lightning strike.
So I realized what I'm doing is taking out the extra mics and just sort of gradually working ourselves towards being able to go home.
denouement.
Can you say what you're
rattled,
doing?
I
before?
rattled the booth. Sorry, not the booth. The tote, the big tote that we use, up against the. Oh my, that's a good one. Up against the overhang here in the booth, and it kind of just sounded like thunder. Zach has the replay on the multi-view, just cycling through lightning shots.
Brendan, can I get a backpack rating? How has that improved your workflow? Because I find that it's helped me tremendously.
Yeah, so I used to use like a carry-on bag, which is probably why I no longer have a carry-on bag. No, I used to use a small suitcase or like a duffel bag or something that I would move around. But the backpack, I think, is probably something close to the right answer. The only thing I don't like about it is like when I go out on tracks. Oh, here we go. We're doing it. Oh yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Oh,
That one's hanging around.
that's a pretty good lightning strike.
Yeah. One of the lightning strikes of all time.
Have you ever?
No, I've never.
Yes, I several times.
Many times.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yes, I previously. My goodness.
Yeah, see, Brendan, I used to just take the tote everywhere in the car, and then had to have to have my hands full taking it into the hotel room and stuff.
Yeah.
I tried to cram it into my backpack, but then my backpack ended up taking stuff home. So it was like a whole thing.
I think the move is like something closer to like a duffel bag, because like I would take the camera equipment out of the booth, including the mounts, the batteries, the phones. I mean, the phones aren't a Pelican now, so that's fine. But like all the other stuff, the bag of cables.
Right.
What is that yelling going on?
I don't know.
So something that would also carry the mounts, I think, is a good idea for that initial trek out to go set stuff up. But
then I think the move is a bigger backpack.
Oh,
because I
Speedway.
Have you been anywhere where you have to climb on like the wooden rickety camera towers? I think the backpack's way more useful for that kind of stuff.
Agreed.
You don't have to hold it.
So. Oh, that's a good point. I did some spicy climbing out at the bus stop earlier.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah,
I don't
know.
know.
Now I'm going to carry the backpack. That's a good
I don't love the phrase spicy climbing, if I'm honest.
What? What's wrong with
spicy climbing?
Spicy climbing, yeah.
Well, that's gone gray. All right.
Oh,
Number 8 has stopped existing.
Yeah, they did that earlier.
Oh, all right.
Zach, watch your language.
Nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
Hello, Dolly.
Yeah. God hates Embry Riddle. Oh, I think that one caught the airport.
Nice.
God hates air traffic control.
So anyway, Brendan, TLDR, I think backpack is the right form factor, but I would be open to a larger one.
Yeah, I wouldn't get rid of the backpack because you're right. The climbing is kind of that's the hang up, you know.
Yeah, I wasn't afraid of climbing until we were at Mid-Ohio, and I was like, Joseph, come up on this tower with me, and he was like, no. Yeah, I was like, oh.
I mean, to be fair,
this is not a good idea.
No, I don't know if my neurosis should be the basis for anybody else's.
Zach, can we go to like Camp 7 maybe? That's where a lot of the lightning is right now.
There we go. Beautiful.
Jamie, can you pull that up?
Okay, stay on the shot. Stay with us. It might be behind the timing tower.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be behind the tower. Because somebody wanted to compress the space.
Dude, that machine says Greaves on it, and it's on a Proton Porsche. What's going to happen, because Proton are going to start running the Ford next year, is Patrick Dempsey just going to stop being a Porsche boy, or whatever they call it?
Yeah, a Porsche boy.
Yeah. Sure. Like the Porsche boy, the Bentley guys.
Best Porsche boy. Patrick Dempsey.
Okay, no, but seriously, like, what's the angle there? No, okay, that's fine. All right. Moving on.
Hold on, I have a really important question. Listen, there was all this talk about did Hitman overtake GTR in the dying moments of this race? Is that how we're going to think about this in a retrospective? That's all well and good. Who has won the battle of GP2 versus GP3?
Oh, there we go.
Class leaders?
Let's
I don't know. Who is it?
I don't. I'm checking.
Oh.
I'm looking.
I think the safety car will have had an influence on that. No,
not necessarily.
Oh no!
Play it where it lies.
Oh, look at that!
Oh,
whoa!
Wow.
You know it's a good lightning strike when it forces the camera to interlace.
Interlace. Anyway.
No.
Okay. All right.
Sort by overall. Oh, in the by 9.8 seconds. By the same margin numerically as the acceleration and gravity in standard units. I mean, incredible that RRT and GP2 have pulled it out over the open throttle number 65. Wow. It was a real David and Goliath battle.
It was.
It was really a David and David battle.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to make the long tow. How far is that? 2 hours? Jacksonville?
Who's this?
I mean, when you're going back to Jacksonville, any tow's a long tow. Fine. Leave me out to dry. I don't care.
I have no opinion. You know, I've actually never been to Jacksonville.
Well, I think that's why.
I thought you claimed Central Florida as like one of your home regions.
What?
One of your like 5 home regions.
What part of you thinks that Jacksonville is Central Florida?
Like from a north-south perspective, is it not?
It's very north.
No, it's like it's like
the
on the
most north.
It's on the border.
It could not be more north.
I think of Tallahassee as like north.
It's probably as far. It might not be as far north as Tallahassee, but it's not far.
Oh, okay.
North, like in terms of the latitude.
All right, fine.
No, I Central Florida is weird because it's kind of slanted. Like it just kind of runs from the Daytona area out towards like the Gulf Coast. I don't know how far west it goes. I mean, it's shut down at Lakeland or Lampa, perhaps.
Wow.
I don't know.
Go do a Florida.
I just don't know.
Gotta do a Florida.
Doesn't Jordan live in Lakeland?
No, he lives in Daytona
Lakeland?
Beach.
What?
He lives in Daytona Beach.
He lives here?
Yeah.
I thought he lived in Tampa.
No.
No,
What?
he lives in Orlando.
I've made a mistake.
He's never lived in Tampa.
No, I don't know why I thought he was out that way.
He lived in Miami, and then he lived in Orlando, and now he lives
Whoops.
in Daytona.
Wow, many terrible places.
It's Florida.
Yeah, he said he can hear the track from his apartment.
Oh.
Like, he's probably walking distance.
Well, is he at Embry-Riddle?
No.
Is he at Embry-Riddle? He's 30.
Well, I don't know. Continuing education? I don't know.
If I won the lottery,
I don't know. He said he wanted to be a home inspector, so.
Would you?
I might, yeah.
I think that's a bad move.
Wait, what did he say?
Ryan said if he wins the lottery, he might go to Embry-Riddle. Like,
What's the other alternative to, like, get flight training if you have unlimited funds?
What? What? Okay. Whoa.
Back.
Whoa. If you can spend any unlimited amount of money to go get flight training, that a university is the last place that you should go.
Oh, is it?
Like, the last place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, where should I go then?
Like
what do I
your
do?
local flight school? Just go to look up where you can get flight training at your local airport and just go there. It's way more fun. Way less.
Is it really?
It's way less soul sucking. Oh yeah.
Interesting. I like academia and going to school.
No. I mean, I'm fine with it too, but like not for that.
Not for that. Okay.
It's bad.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Would I be better at North Dakota?
I mean, I never made it out there to visit when this was a thing, but yeah, and probably fine.
All right. Might do that.
I think the weather is at least going away from us now.
Yes.
But we're running out of time.
But
We
yeah,
are-
and
that's
the
why
lightning
I'm
has
saying
been
that.
just constant. And I
Relentless.
don't know. Are we anywhere near 8 miles?
No, that's in
Dead ahead now, 8
Detroit.
miles. Dead ahead now, 8 miles.
Good
Hold
reference,
on, I
right?
gotta find
Nicely
my
done.
lightning map. Oh, no, it's We're
I mean,
kind
it feels like we're within 3 still.
we're kind of. Well, let me refresh. Maybe that's cached. That's not great.
You're writing checks your browser can't cache.
Great cash, homie.
Yeah, I don't feel super confident about the progression of this system.
Well, the two of you a few hours ago were telling me that the rain was certainly not going to get here.
I wanted to believe.
Who is that? Who has crashed?
It's Jan Magnussen, actually.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's surprising.
In the Euro Interpol.
Europol?
Euro Interpol.
Yeah, Euro Interpol. They're the ones who stop you from copying DVDs.
Stop you from copying LMP2 designs.
I love this kind of just casual, gentle waving of like 1,000 yellow flags.
Yeah.
It's very art installation.
So one of my earliest memories of like being a kid watching F1 races is like when somebody would stall on the grid and 40 yellow flags would come out at the same time. And just frantically wave as if anybody's looking at the giant wall of yellow flags to the right hand side.
And then inevitably still somebody running 28th is going to just plow right into them.
Here comes Ricardo Rossi.
Pow!
And he's taking Tora Takagi with him.
Somebody in a deep state of dementia has heard that sentence and has just woken up.
Congratulations, we're now taking people out of comas.
Yes. That's like, yeah, you play somebody like music and it makes them feel comfortable. You tell someone about the 1997 Formula One season and
Sure. So that was actually my first year being like a racing fan. I only caught like 3 races of the F1 year. Spa was the first race I ever like sat down and watched on my own. Got up early to watch it, and then I watched like might have actually just been Jerez. Sorry, Jerez. Afterwards. Everything else was like I really got into racing in '98.
I'm so glad this.
But I can recant it in just phenomenal detail.
Remember when I was like, I don't know. I'm so happy that the tower's getting so much play today because there's nothing else happening. So I hope you enjoy this progression of the running order.
Joseph, if I get you the API for the lightning strikes, can we add a lightning time?
Hey, Zach.
Good news. We're going to have it 3 weeks.
Wait, what did you say?
I said if I get you the API for the lightning.
No, I don't want to be responsible for that. Someone is gonna mail like a gigantic crate of dog dookie to my door if I'm like, here's the entire progression. This is exactly when the race should have stopped. I'm not opening that can of worms. I am not 2002 Indianapolis 500ing the Lightning. No chance.
Who is the Paul Tracy in this scenario, and who is the Elio Castroneves?
Well, it depends. At the moment, it's
today. It might be Hitman and GTR.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think you missed it, Brendan. I talked about potentially Harold Petit calling up RJ and being like, "Listen, we just need one lap. We're already on the formation lap. We just need one," and basically doing a 2021 Abu Dhabi situation for the number 99.
Oh, right.
I think that would be entertaining.
Yeah.
Be a real Abu Dhabi do.
Oh my gosh. Didn't they used to fade people's mics down for saying that?
They did. They absolutely did.
Yeah, I thought so.
It's not a good joke.
Like Tim would make the joke, and immediately John would fade Tim's mic down, like before he could finish the joke. And Tim was just so committed.
It is Sebastian Vettel.
I thought about that episode like 3 days ago. I was gonna post and see if like maybe somebody knew when it was because I really wanted to hear it again, like not the whole episode, but that delivery.
Yeah, and I didn't even get it right. It's Sebastian Vettel. We're at the Daytona.
Yeah,
that was one of the races that's occurred. That was a race that occurred.
Yeah.
Can I pick a point? Starts with the last 60 minutes or so. Can I make them red circle? Okay.
Oh my gosh, are you doing it? What?
No.
Okay.
No. I'm not getting involved in any of that mess.
I don't know why they make these races so long. The setup's garbage, and then, we just run like this until the end, and then there's going to be yellows. I'm just going to stay at the back. It doesn't even matter. Like, it's whatever.
I'm going to take tires.
Is this Casey?
No.
Jordan.
It's Jordan. It's Jordan complaining on FTF.
Somewhere.
Unfortunately, I think Zach misses that because he's doing the actual broadcast. Mrs. Jordan just completely losing his mind about the.
Oh no, that's true. I mean, listen, the iRacing streaming community is small enough that I think most people
know.
Most people know about Jordan's shtick.
That's fair.
Let's be real.
That's fine.
Particularly people who are like in North
Involved.
America have any awareness of oval racing.
Other than the people in the lobbies when he does the introductions, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you should do that professionally."
Yeah,
and he's
I
like,
used
"Yeah,
to.
man, I'm just here for the people."
Used to before Hurricane Edward took out the Volusia commentary box. Or whatever nonsense he says.
Yeah.
He says it completely straight, and then people are like, "Oh man, that's sorry. I hate to hear that. I'm sorry."
DM me right now, and you can make some money. We got this league on Wednesday nights.
Oh, that's my favorite. I love when random people solicit. It makes me think like, "Yeah, I'd do that."
Right?
Yeah.
Make $20.
Sure. Why not? What else am I doing? Just doom scrolling.
Right.
Not worth it. Zach, can we get some more lightning? Are you tired of lightning?
Good call. Good call.
Zach has stopped the recording to save hard drive space. I can't imagine why. This is
Scintillating.
yeah, this is pretty important material.
Oh yeah.
I don't love the look of the sky or the radar or the lightning map or the amount of time that's remaining in this race.
It's 52, and it looks like our last strike, let's say 0? Is what warning? Oh no.
Oh
It's
yeah.
a fishing report up in Maryland. What do you think the fish are doing? What do you think's up with that? Got some warnings?
Yeah, Ryan, if you ever feel self-conscious about any of the things that you've said today, don't worry. It could have been Davey up here.
It could have been. It could have been Davey.
Again, people have no idea who we're talking
That's
about.
okay. I don't know, man. I would hope that people in the Apex V2R car know what we're talking about.
Maybe. You know what? That's not a terrible idea. Swellia might. I bet his spotter's Guto.
I bet it is too.
Best
spotter in the game.
Yeah,
Well, him and Brian Hicks, obviously.
Of course. What's up with this whole lightning thing? What's its deal?
What's its deal?
It's just,
ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting a call. We are prepared right now on CNN to call. No, I'm not. It's not official.
Yeah, careful with that.
No.
Get too close to that bit.
Yep.
Oh, that's interesting.
Special weather statement. Daytona Beach.
Ooh. I think
This
is that shore warning or whatever it was.
This website. Hold on.
Yeah,
This website shows thunder propagation in real time.
Huh.
That's kind of cool.
It's very cool. I'm really into that.
API. Thunder expected in.
That's going to be pretty good because whenever
Drama.
we do, I'll be able to tell you whenever we do hear thunder.
Oh my gosh,
Rubble.
that is drama. No, that's a crap car, right? Oh no, it's a good one.
Yeah, that's the one that
Gustavo.
was ahead.
No, Gustavo.
Thank goodness. All is
Gustavo
right in the world.
Meninges.
That was weird. All right. Well, that's
I've seen that accident a ton of times. He just happens to be the last one to do it.
right. Well,
That car is probably salvageable. It will just cost them.
yeah, it's gonna
the
cost him a
race.
bunch of time. Yeah, it doesn't. He can do
This
the
is,
Romain
you know
Dumas
what?
and pull the
This is
bumper off.
old-fashioned Le Mans. That's what I like
Yeah,
about it.
exactly. Oh.
This is gonna end in.
How much is that
disaster.
trashing that under tray though? Given that they need it to make the car work.
I mean, everybody's got an underbody that needs to be intact to work. Even if you don't, you're either getting 80% of your downforce from the car, or 40% of your downforce, or 60% of your downforce.
Oh, they've got a
from the
lot. That's a
underbody.
huge front end piece. Look at that.
Who was it a few
It's
years
got
back?
that nose cone on it and stuff. Wow. Okay.
Oh yeah, they all do.
Oh,
yeah,
see, I'm used to the Audi ones that were just the shell.
No. At this point, like, did you see the N24 when the Ferrari blew a tire and they took the entire rear clip off like it was like the back end of a prototype?
No, I saw that, but that's just carbon, and it's just one sheet. Whereas this had like the crash attenuator box built into the front bodywork. Like they're replacing like the whole front of the car.
Everything. Go ahead.
No, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say everything forward of like the brake cylinders, but I think that's how most of these cars come apart,
that
isn't
car.
it? Oh my!
So who was it?
I don't know if that's gonna make it.
No, it is. It just looks bad because it's at night and there's only one headlight on.
Look at it. It's all canted sideways. I don't know, man.
Doesn't really even look like a car.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't look like a car in the first place.
Yeah, it's like it starts off not looking like a car.
Fair.
What was I gonna say? Who was it? Like 10 years ago, who had basically that exact same incident and like got out of the car and took the front clip off himself.
That was Romain Dumas. That's what I just said.
Yeah, I think it was Dumas. It was definitely a French guy.
It was 2014. It was Dumas. It was definitely Dumas. He was aggressive about it too. There was no like
he tore it off.
He ripped the front of the car off and got back in.
I love stuff like that.
I was there that year.
Did you do it? Oh no. Oh no.
You picked a fine time to leave anyway.
That's what you call a controlled tire.
It's there with its cousins. Come on, get there.
No, it's gonna drop in the.
I
They're gonna
still
have to slow zone that.
The year that I think it was at Road Atlanta, the Peugeot crashed right at pit out, and Sebastian Bourdais got out, and the mechanics ran to the fence and would tell him what to do, and he'd run back over the car, mess with it for a minute, and then run back to the fence again.
That also happened with the
Le Mans.
No, I think they did it somewhere. It was an ALMS race at some point too.
You might be thinking of the Neon, the Nissan and.
No, that they did that one too because that was during the
Delta
day.
Wing,
the Delta or the Ziad.
Yeah, no, the Delta Wing. They did it with the Delta Wing too. Yeah, yeah. No, when it wrecked at the Porsche Curves, the mechanics came out. They worked on it for an hour and a half. It was the same year as the Dumas thing.
I thought it was the Ziad. That did
2012, same thing.
Oh, all right.
I remember it. Yeah, I don't remember it. No, it was the gas powered one. It wasn't the electric one.
It was the gas one.
Yeah, it was gas. The electric powered one didn't. It made it 3 laps or less.
Yeah, I thought they did the same thing with the electric one, where they stood there and tried
I don't
to
think
fix it.
I don't think it made it that far. I don't think it made it to a place where crew members could get to it. One of the first Le Mans I watched was the year at Downport at the Porsche Curves on lap 1. So they went through on the sighting lap and it was fine, or the formation lap it was fine. They came around 3.5 minutes later and it was absolutely bucketing down. And there was either a P2 or a Viper. I think it was a P2. A French P2 that wrecked, got most of the way back to the pit lane, but he couldn't get it away from it. Basically, it was pulling to the left, and he couldn't get it to not pull left, so he could go right into the pit lane.
I do remember that.
Yeah, so he was running back and forth,
trying to get it into the.
Yep,
yeah.
And I think they got it back, but they were basically just trying to, I guess, wedge the left front corner so that it would just go, in more or less a straight line. He could get it back into the pit lane.
So, Brendan, do you think you could go ask RJ if there's a go, no-go, or if we're going to take this?
I just did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the goal is just to take this as long as we can.
So we're going to wait for 29:59, basically.
I mean, so I said 30 minutes, right? And he said, it's if you get a strike at 30 minutes. He said that I'm not reporting anything official here, but the window to get drivers into cars and back out on track is reasonably slim. One of the things I'm intrigued by here is all of the equipment is still sitting out on pit lane.
Everyone needs to be ready to go.
Well, no, I understand that, but if this lightning delay continues, this lightning hold continues, are we allowed to go recover equipment, or is the expectation that we need to maintain a shelter in place until Basically,
mean,
does that
if-
extend outside of racing conditions?
I think it has
wonder-
to. I think it's operations. I don't think it's.
I think
so.
as
I
soon
would
as the
think
track
so.
is no longer hot, like as soon as it clicks to 0, I feel like you have different
Well,
insurance
or what
rules
if
in
you
place.
what if you declare the race over and say, okay, we're not going back racing? Can equip? I say we, like, this does affect me
Oh,
as well.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I assumed that you were getting at.
It might be a
But-
do whatever you want.
But I'm looking
type
at a pit lane
situation.
that's got war wagons and easy ups and all kinds of stuff down there. Presumably, people have left like laptops.
Okay, but like for example, when they have lightning at Daytona for like the 500, right? They don't force people to like stay at the track or go inside. They let people walk to their cars and leave.
I understand that. What I'm saying is that there is stuff still out that will have to be recovered. That is active work, not on a hot track, but down in the pit lane.
Nothing
So we have
better than
seen a
this.
replay
Just
of this
guys
at
being
all?
dudes.
Guys, I have an important update versus the replay.
Okay.
This is from Tony at JTR. We are doing great. Glenn, Jared, and I are in the Monster Cup Series. Glenn and I are driving a Lamborghini Super Trofeo. They're currently second in points. Jared and I are about to try Porsche Sprint Series at Mid-Ohio.
It sounds like
So there you go.
Are they at summer camp?
we're taking a vacation. Yeah, right. It does sound. That's what the vibe. I couldn't figure out what the vibe was, but that's definitely it. I was gonna say like newlyweds taking their first vacation. Thank you letter. Thanks for attending our wedding. But
Does he want us to send him ramen noodles? Like what?
100% summer camp.
Let's run. I think it's important because we don't know when or if this is going to get called. I think we should do a rundown real quick.
That's fair.
I hate to do that because I do feel like there's some finality to it, but I think as we see a bolt of lightning, I think it's probably necessary.
I'm doing a rundown all day. I can run some down.
Go do a rundown.
Run us down.
Yeah, let's consider it rundown. The Hitman Racing number 34 Toyota Supra leads 286 laps complete over the GTR number 99 BMW M4 GT4. That was, of course, a position change on the last green flag lap before we went down for lightning. Ooh, man, we were above 2 hours remaining, weren't we? So it's been some time. But that did happen on track very
7:19.
shortly.
It's almost been exactly 2 hours. as a
There
matter
you
of fact.
go. Yep. So that happened roughly around 7:18. The Thunder Bunny Racing number 111 Toyota Supra makes it 2 Supras on the overall podium for the moment, 2 laps behind the overall race leader. NFC Motorsports number 124, kind of a quiet run through most of the afternoon, but sits in P4, 2 laps behind that Thunder Bunny car, and the number 511 from Choice Racing. BMW M4, another quiet run, finds themselves in P4. Replay, finally. Yep. Anyway, Stratus Racing 59 and 58, 14.8 seconds. Your top 2 in GTU are the 2 Stratus cars. We'll finish, well, if nothing changes, we'll finish on the same lap. 279 laps done, 6th and 7th overall. Very, again, quiet. We didn't really talk about GTU a whole lot, but that is where things have wound up with those 2 team cars pretty handily out in front in GTU.
The number 100 will finish about 4 laps shy of being classified.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, these text messages from JTR or something else. GP1, your top general production class.
Glenn broke his hand in bad crash at Daytona. That's. I'm sorry, Glenn, but Tony has delivered that news in the most incredible way.
Glenn's having a bad time at camp.
Glenn got stung by a bee.
Glenn discovered he's allergic. Moorhead
They sent us a
Speedworks.
link.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I didn't know where that was going.
Well, you know what? It's all been worth it for this.
Oh my gosh. There's an actual oh my god. That is something else. I'm so sorry that we can't convey this on the stream, but just so we're all aware of what's happening, Ryan's been texting some drivers, present and former, in WRL, trying to find out, things to talk about. And we got some replies, some of which were more useful than others.
Holy cow.
And we got word back from JTR about how they're doing, and just the most phenomenal sequence of messages and a video from Glenn McGee's crash back at the Daytona round of this MX-5 Cup.
There's a 0% chance that Glenn is sober right now.
Yeah.
Or the Tony's sober right now.
Tony, yeah,
Tony,
for
yeah.
sure. We'll knock out GP1 quick here. Morehead.
Yeah,
Speedworks,
let's finish the rundown.
Four laps up on PC Racing. Birmingham Road and Race, sort of salvaging a podium there after some issues, but well recovered. And it does end up being a podium at present anyway. The current timetable is to get going at 9:49, according to the PA announcement.
I mean, that's what it would have to be. That means we haven't had a strike in 10 minutes. No, I take that back.
It's 2 minutes. That was 2 minutes ago.
2 minutes, yeah.
Yep. So that's your top three in GP1. Montgomery Motorsports, a great P4 at the moment for that car. A BMW 235i that has been pieced together over the last couple of months. It is a highly unique car, certainly in GP1, doing something very, very different to what is normally seen up there. But P4 at the moment ahead of Open Throttle Racing on 258 laps for the number 64 Frozen Rotor, incidentally, who did lead that class early on. Also in P6 on the same lap as the Open Throttle car. So if we did get going, both those cars are right there. GP2 RRT Racing by 7 laps over 116 from Dash Autosports. The Overnight Motorsports, despite the flattest right front tire, or the most flat spotted right front tire, in third in class ahead of No Lift Racing, who spent plenty of time down in the pits, but find themselves in P4 in class ahead of the 606 from Core Motorsports. First of the Ford Mustangs. We get another strike.
Yeah.
Well, we have no idea. It's night now, so anything will look bright. So I don't know how far away anything is.
That's fair.
The GP3 class leader, 31 laps. Well, it's going to be the winner no matter what. 31 laps in hand over the number 75 AOA racing car is the 65 from Open Throttle Racing. The car's still out on track. Well, I mean, it's in the pits, but it was still circulating. Basically, the only car left of consequence there in GP3. Apex V2R in a podium position, a further 15 laps back in the Scion. It's a Scion, yep. So that's your quick rundown in the production classes. It's
top
been
four.
a day.
Top 4 in GP3 will be classified. Good work for the 66 for keeping that car
that's
moving.
not worth nothing. Yep, classification. It's half distance, is it not?
It is. Last I
Yes.
checked.
Yep.
What are the cars that are? Let's see. 286 laps completed for the number 34, so that half of that would be 143. And how far down the running order do you have to get to lap 143 completed? Pretty far down, in fairness. Maybe goats? No, goats will be classified.
It's a great sentence in isolation.
Yes. Black Forest is going to be on the cusp. They have completed 143 laps. I think they will be good because they've completed 50%. But that is, you're going all the way down to 22nd before you get into the non-classifieds. So that is a strong showing from the GTO field.
Are we going Russian there?
I don't know. We're going, my sinuses are blocked way up, and I'm struggling really hard to make words work.
I was wondering what was happening.
It's very strong result.
Strong result.
Is big Lada energy.
Let's get a lot into GTO. Let's maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's the move for multiple reasons.
Perhaps not.
You have a hard time getting one imported at this point.
Yeah.
See the upper right of your screen for details.
Indeed.
Let's see. GP1 leader was on 272 laps. How am I going to do half of 272? What is that? 136.
136. Yeah, 36.
I'm not even a math guy, and I can bang that one out.
Well, la-di-da.
I mean, you're the engineer, mate. I don't know what to tell you on that.
That's what calculators are for. 136. That'll be everybody down to... That'll be everyone down to and including Steve Park.
Oh.
Yeah. At least he's classified. But at the moment, we're all parked.
Starting parked.
Yes. 721. Well, really, both.
That's what Screaming Goat were doing. They were just trying to collect the entry money.
Yeah. Yeah, Steve thinks he's trying to get back in the top 35 in owners points, to be fair.
Oh, no.
He doesn't realize he's got to buy a charter now. Things have changed.
And they're pricey.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, Spire wants so much money for all those.
Yeah,
is it the open market?
That seemed awful close.
Oh, yeah.
The market for New York City taxi tokens has plummeted, but the market for NASCAR charters has skyrocketed. So if anybody has made moves from one into the other, congratulations.
Plenty of movement in the garage here. I wonder. 33 minutes remaining on the clock, and some shuffling here in race control to my left.
We do a Le Mans style start for this. It's like run off, pull the cover off, get in, start the car.
Again, it's not that Lightning. Just to be clear to anybody who's still mercifully and I'm sorry with us, it's not whether or not you see lightning, right? It's got less to do with that than the proximity of the lightning. Look at that! You can see inside the garages and everything. That's kind of nice. I kind of like that shot. Yeah. So RRT and open throttle, both of those GP2 and GP3 leaders on 253. Half of that is going to be 128, we'll say, or 127. 127. Yeah, we already covered that for those 66. Not for the 585, which came out super late. Nor for Stands Racing 198. Will the 160 be classified? Yes, they will. So classification for GP2 at the moment goes all the way down to 8th place. Moorhead number 160. And
waiting
now,
for an update.
Yeah, now we wait as we approach the critical 30-minute mark. Yeah.
There it is.
Have we made the decision?
Yeah, I think it's a little tough to pick up over the PA, but I think the word there was we're going to go ahead and fly the checkered flag on timing.
The MSNBC decision desk.
Yeah.
Has
and
made
the rationale there being that the last strike at 25 past would leave something slightly under 5 minutes to get everybody resumed.
We would have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you barely get everyone around for a single formation lap, basically.
Yeah. And I certainly understand the desire to push it as far as you can, but unfortunately, as kind of was our concern early on, it was such a slow-moving cell and kind of seemed to sustain the energy and the lightning that was in it. We were likely not going to be able to get through. I mean, even 2 hours. This is a long time to kind of wait that out, but just never really cleared up.
Sort of floated over the state, and then it landed here and just kind of butted up against the ocean for a while.
It is crazy that it took this long to get this. Like, it seemed like maybe this afternoon there was a potential. I didn't really think the stuff that was coming across the state was going to maintain itself long enough to.
No, it was all
actually get
fizzling
here
as it was
with-
coming over.
Yeah, and unfortunately, once it got here, boy howdy, did it get here. So that all in mind, it's 9:30. It's been something slightly less than 14 hours of Daytona. Unfortunately, the race interrupted and ultimately concluded as a result of some significant weather in the area. You've been watching it on screen for most of the evening. No real night running, unfortunately. We've kind of been robbed of our one opportunity in the 2023 season for that, which is a great shame, but rules are rules, and this is where we found ourselves. Position, we had really hoped it wouldn't be the case at the time, but the position change for the lead on the last
We
lap
suspected
turned
it might
out-
have been, though.
We did, but I don't think anybody really wanted to say too much of that out loud. And sure enough, that did come true, which, in retrospect would have been really, really exciting, or with, I guess, foresight would have been really, really exciting. And it did seem impactful at the time, just hadn't hoped it would be this impactful. So with that in mind, certainly congratulations in order to the number 34 from Hitman Racing, and whoever it was behind the wheel that made that pass. You've got yourself a class win at Daytona.
That's going to tighten up. Let's talk about the championships as we wrap up. So we have something of something pleasant to talk about, something to look forward to. So in the GP1 championship, that will tighten things up as Moorhead was trailing PC Racing by 16 points leading into this. This should draw that in by, I think it'll be 4 points total. So now that'll go from I don't think we're into drops yet, but that'll bring that gap from 16 down to 12. In the East Championship, Moorhead was the only team to have. This is really just the New Orleans round in the East so far. So they were up by 5 points over the 9-4 number 3 Corvette, which I don't know that we're going to see that Corvette again, for that matter. GP2 in the National and the East. GP2 had been led by JNR over the overnight 197. That was a 7-point gap, and then another 13 down to Harrison in the number 164. This 721, I don't believe had been classified in GP2 yet this year, so they will start off with a strong result. Should be, I think, 26 points for a double points finish, and that will put them level with ASM in 6th. Dash Autosports, another entry that we haven't seen score points in GP2 yet this season. They will end up, I believe that'll be on 22, right behind. And then overnight, that 197, that car was struggling quite a lot in the later stages of the race, to the point where we were concerned that it would be able to continue running. But it looks like they will narrow the gap slightly to JNR, who finishes behind them in 4th. Harrison will end up in 6th position as things stand, so they will continue to lose a little bit of ground to both 1st and 2nd. The GP3 runners will focus on the National. Open Throttle was your 2nd place to the number 85. 85 will not score points for this round because they will not be classified. 65 will come away with, I think this will be 24 points, and that'll leapfrog them to the head of the GP3 championship. The 880 had not scored points. The 66 had not scored points, so we'll see them enter the points table for the first time as well. GTO we've talked about quite a lot. The Hitman car, having had slightly spotty attendance plus a DQ for the first race at Road Atlanta, is actually on a little bit of a comeback drive. So this double points win will be big news for them. They'll pick up 26 points and end up on, I believe that'll be 65, to bring them, that should be, I think, third or fourth in the points. Triple one for Thunder Bunny leads that championship. They will maintain that lead over GTR 99. They'll lose 2 points of ground, I believe, in that. And then over in GTU, Stratus 59 holds that position. They will extend their lead over their team car, which they held on to by very slim margins at different points during the race. They will extend that lead by 4 points from 12 to 16. And in the overall, in the national championship, there's so many cars. I don't even want to get into the overall, but that is being led by, or was being led by JNR on the way in. I think PC Racing is going to be leading the national overall championship when we come out of this race. Possibly, no, it will be PC, and then possibly followed by the triple one for Thunder Bunny. And that's everything I've got. It sounds like Brendan's got a little bit of housekeeping to do. I think we'll hear from him in a moment. So I will lead off our wrap up here. It was an incredibly clean race. I know we had the freedom to kind of talk about things as we chose, kind of hoping that this would kind of wrap into something as exciting as these races usually do. It did, but not quite in the way that we expected. We knew that weather was on the way. We and the rest of the paddock were aware that we were going to at least get a stoppage. I don't know that we knew it was going to end the race.
Right.
But certainly Hitman was aware of as will GTR, have been aware of the gravity of the situation. And they absolutely took control of it. And on the final lap of green flag running, took the win. Not the way that we drew it up, but still somehow a remarkable last gasp WRL finish.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's unfortunate to end a race this way, but again, as we talked about, the safety really comes to, end of mind here. I think, honestly, this is a pretty good result for the 111, all things considered. They had fallen down the order with a penalty at one point, and Hitman was up front, so that had the potential to be a little bit problematic for their championship run. So that they were able to get the race ended with them in third position, I think, is good damage control here.
Yeah, they've done extremely well out of this, and if they hadn't had that penalty, who knows what we might have seen at the end of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's that's what the rule book is for. There's no ifs and buts. There's just the next round.
Absolutely. So yeah, I think a lot of good racing here. It was one of those races. I think it's inherent to when you have a track this big where we had a lot less full course yellow going on, and then also the idea that there wasn't going to be a race for tomorrow. I think people were putting it a little bit more on the line, trying to push a little bit more pace, and so we developed gaps, within the first 4 or 5 hours that seemed insurmountable. But again, we're talking about Thunder Bunny. If they get a yellow to go more their way, they're right back up there in the top 3 in GTO especially. So a race I think that could have been close coming down to the wire, depending on how if it hadn't had thunder and we had just had rain, I think that would have been a great race to the end here, as the track almost looks dry at this point.
Yeah, it would have been, and it was cool too to see a lot of the teams who had spare cars actually come out and bring those cars out.
Absolutely. On more than one occasion. So hopefully everybody who's had issues today can get those issues turned around quickly for the next round, which is Brendan.
It's at VIR.
VIR.
In about a month's time, July 7th through the 9th.
Absolutely.
I'll be down in the heat in Southern Virginia. Hopefully a little less of this.
Mm-hmm.
But in any case, looking forward to being back down there at VIR. A slightly new date this year, a little earlier on in the summer. But it should be a great racing weekend. I know the entries are high. And then, of course, at the end of July, we've got the production-only race, the GP-only race down at Road Atlanta. So 2 really good events to come for the World Racing League that kind of run through the early part of the summer. And we'll shift gears again into the fall. But for now, gentlemen, I assume you've said everything you wanted to say.
Yes.
Yeah. So thanks, everybody, for being with us through all of the nonsense today, all of the podcast mode, all of the idle chatter, the the reactions to events, other events happening, and of course all of the racing we had here as well. We're hoping for a better finish, hoping for a better conclusion to this event. It's certainly always a special one. Unfortunately, Mother Nature has intervened, and we technically got a last lap pass for the win, which doesn't. I'm not going to take anything away from it, but would have been nice to be able to run through the darkness into the
sky's new.
Yeah, I suppose after 2 great years of racing, 2 awesome finishes, that we were going to have to pay that back at some point. So in any case, dear viewer, thanks for being with us. Thanks for being a part of the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Be back with you in a couple of weeks' time from VIR for Ryan West, for Joseph Mudra, for Zach Johnson on production right the way through the 14 hours. I am Brendan Kazmarek. This has been the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, the WRL 14 Hours of Daytona on DriversEye Live. We'll see you soon.